Chapter 279. He was Wang Lin. After absorbing the 5 elements Earth Spirit, the heaven-defying bead had a strange change. If it was before, even if he hid in the heaven-defying bead, he wouldn't be able to stay for 5 years. But after the Earth attribute reached perfection, the time that Wang Lin could stay in the heaven-defying bead was longer than before. Most importantly, the Earth attribute of the heaven-defying bead had reached perfection, which caused a series of changes inside the heaven-defying bead. There was a trace of spiritual qi inside the heaven-defying bead. The spiritual qi inside the heaven-defying bead was much purer than the outside world. However, Wang Lin had never seen the qi of the celestial realm, so he couldn't compare it. But he felt that it should be slightly inferior to the qi of the celestial realm. In addition, the biggest change was the long glowing objects inside the heaven-defying bead. These glowing objects all condensed together and formed 5 huge balls of light in the sky above the heaven-defying bead. Among the 5 balls of light, 3 of them shone with a bright golden light. One of them also shone with a golden light, but it was clearly much dimmer. As for the last ball of light, it was completely dark and had no color at all. During the years that Wang Lin was in the heaven-defying bead, he had been observing these 5 balls of light. With his intelligence, he naturally guessed that these 5 balls of light had a lot to do with the 5 elements absorbed by the heaven-defying bead. It was even possible that these 5 balls of light were the 5 elements spirits absorbed by the heaven-defying bead. As for the 3 bright ones, they were the fire, water, and earth attributes, the 3 perfection attribute. The half-bright one was the wood attribute. As for the last one that was completely dim, it was the metal attribute. During the years that Wang Lin was in the heaven-defying bead, he gradually had a strange feeling that these 5 balls of light were not dead, but contained some kind of life. If it was someone else, even if their cultivation was higher than Wang Lin's, it would be difficult for them to discover this. Wang Lin also felt that there was a life force in these balls of light with his special life and death essence of the reincarnation heavenly Tao. This discovery greatly increased his interest in the 5 balls of light. Situ Nan once said that the appearance of the heaven-defying bead attracted the attention of the cultivators of the kingdom of Rosefinch and the cultivators of other planet. Situ Nan narrowly escaped death. His body was destroyed and his nascent soul entered the heaven-defying bead. After a series of changes, the heaven-defying bead finally escaped the pursuit of the earth cultivators. Countless years later, the heaven-defying bead fell into the stomach of a bird and was picked up by Wang Lin. This heaven-defying bead had been in Wang Lin's possession for more than 400 years. However, he still couldn't figure out the true use of this bead. In his opinion, this bead could only reverse the flow of time to a certain extent and turn ordinary water into something with spiritual power. These effects were extremely useful to low-grade cultivators below the deity transformation stage, but they didn't seem to have much of an effect on cultivators above the deity transformation stage. After all, for true divine arts practitioners, the spiritual qi of the mortal world could no longer be used for them to breathe in and out. Only the spiritual qi of the celestial world could be used for breathing in and out. As such, the spiritual qi produced by the pearl was nothing in their eyes. Only the ability to reverse the flow of time was slightly more useful. However, this alone was enough to attract the top cultivators of the kingdom of Rosefinch and the cultivators of other planets to fight over the bead. Wang Lin believed that this heaven-defying bead must have a magical effect that he hadn't discovered yet. That was the real reason why the cultivators with the godly ability were fighting over it. Situ Nan once said that according to his many years of research and analysis, the heaven-defying bead would only be able to recognize its master after all the 5 elements were gathered. At that time, some of its abilities might be revealed. As time passed, Wang Lin's interest in the true abilities of the heaven-defying bead didn't decrease. Instead, it became more and more interesting. He even wondered if the 5 balls of light would one day become as powerful as the 5 elemental spirits of the woman in white. Of course, this was only a guess. Wang Lin stepped on the ground of Xian Shuiyu and looked around with emotion. During the years he was in the heaven-defying bead space, other than observing the 5 elemental lights, he was quietly meditating and familiarizing himself with the cycle of life and death. Logically speaking, the amount of time he spent in the heaven-defying beads space far exceeded the amount of time he spent in the real world. However, under the cycle of life and death, the heaven-defying beads' ability to reverse the flow of time lost its effect. 5 years in the outside world was still 5 years in the heaven-defying beads space. This made Wang Lin quite puzzled. At this moment, he felt his own cultivation level. He could clearly feel that he only needed 4 more years to understand the cycle of life and death. Then he could step into the soul formation stage and become a true godly ability cultivator. Wang Lin believed that once he reached the soul formation stage, if he met the mid-stage soul formation old lady again, he would be able to fight her without using God's punishment. This time, Wang Lin had no choice but to leave the heaven-defying bead space. The heaven-defying bead had gone through a series of changes. Staying inside for 5 years was the limit. He couldn't stay inside for too long. Wang Lin let out a sigh. He didn't fly, instead, he slowly walked forward. The straw hat had already been put away by him. Just like that, he walked on foot on the ice field. The wind and snow blew against his face. Wang Lin took a deep breath. After a while, he saw an ice city. In the center of the city there was a 30-story ice tower. At the top of the tower there was a bead that emitted a strange light. The land under his feet had become the new territory of Shuiyu. Wang Lin had no right to interfere with this. He just wanted to find a place to quietly spend the next 4 years. When Wang Lin arrived at the ice city, he looked no different from a mortal. There were also mortals in Shuiyu. After these mortals moved to the new country, with the help of cultivators they built new cities. Wang Lin silently appeared in the city. He looked around at the ice crystal houses and couldn't help but feel a sense of unfamiliarity. There weren't many people in the city, and there were very few inns and bars. The most common thing in the city were ice sculpting shops. In front of almost every house, there was someone holding an awl. They were constantly hammering on a large piece of ice, creating a rough but mysterious ice sculpture. On the way, Wang Lin saw very few people talking. If they weren't hurrying, they were focused on carving ice sculptures. Furthermore, every time an ice sculpture was finished, these mortals would help each other carry the ice sculpture and place it outside the ice tower in the center of the city. After it was placed there, someone would come out of the ice tower to receive it. Wang Lin pondered for a bit. His appearance was a bit out of place. Seeing that there were already people paying attention to him, Wang Lin sighed, turned around, and disappeared into a secluded area. In the blink of an eye, a year passed. During this year, Wang Lin's footprints covered the entire country of Shuiyu. He went to almost every city and no one paid attention to him anymore. This was because his clothes were no different from the mortals of Shuiyu. They were all wearing unique leather clothing and fur hat. In this 1 year of time, Wang Lin gained a very deep understanding of Shuiyu. The only value these mortals had was to serve the cultivators of Shuiyu. They made ice sculptures in exchange for their daily necessities. In Shuiyu, there were no imperial families among the mortals. Every city belonged to a powerful cultivator. Wang Lin also learned how to use the ice sculptures they made. After these ice sculptures were carved, a special formation would be placed on them. Then, the formation would be activated in a special way, turning the ice sculptures into puppets. This kind of method was very mysterious. It even involved the essence of Shuiyu's cultivation method. Wang Lin studied it for a long time, but he still couldn't understand it. As for these ice sculptures, most of them were not kept in Shuiyu, but sold to other countries. Depending on the cultivation level of the ice sculptures, the price was also different. The most expensive ones were nascent soul puppets. After all, very few of the nascent soul puppets Wang Lin had seen were made, and the failure rate was very high. Next were core formation puppets, and so on and so forth. As for soul formation puppets, Wang Lin still hadn't found a city that could make them. These puppets were not easy to make, or they were impossible to make. Otherwise, the power of Shui Yu's cultivators would have reached an unimaginable level. During this year, Wang Lin saw hundreds of ice sculptures being bought by a rank 4 cultivation country 3 times. These ice sculptures were the foundation of Shui Yu's country. They were also a way for them to obtain large amounts of resources. In addition to this, all of the spirit veins in the former 4-sect alliance were mined by mortals. Could be said that in Shui Yu, mortals were slaves. All of their labor was to serve the cultivators. But what made Wang Lin feel strange was that these mortals were proud of their labor and didn't resist it at all. Even if they died of exhaustion, they didn't complain. Wang Lin came to a conclusion in this year. This country of Shui Yu was an incredible country. In addition, there was another thing that shocked Wang Lin. Almost every mortal had a small ice sculpture in their hand. These ice sculptures were of the highest cultivation level cultivators in their city. No matter how tired they were from work, even when they were about to die, they would kneel down and worship the ice sculptures in front of them. Their expressions were very sincere. All of these incredible things made Wang Lin have a strange feeling about Shui Yu. This country was like the surrounding ice and snow, there was no life at all. Just like the sky, there was a dull feeling everywhere. Chapter 280. After a year of traveling, Wang Lin chose a small town. Although he didn't like this country, he was very interested in the mysterious technique of turning ice into puppet. Wang Lin made wood carvings. If he could learn this technique and use it on wood carvings, then wouldn't he have another way to save his life? Aside from this, there was another important reason why Wang Lin didn't want to leave this place. The mortals here didn't have any life force or life energy. This was a very strange state. Wang Lin believed that in this state, he would be able to experience the will of death within the domain of life and death. Wang Lin settled down in this small town near the northern border of Shui Yu. The town wasn't very big and there weren't many people. The person in charge of the town was a late-stage core formation cultivator. On the second night after Wang Lin arrived, this cultivator disappeared without a trace. However, other than Wang Lin, no one else knew about his disappearance. On the third day, Wang Lin disguised himself as this cultivator and walked out of the 11-story ice tower. Wang Lin had already obtained all of the late-stage core formation cultivator's memories through his soul. Wang Lin didn't kill this person, but rather, kept him in the tower for future use. Originally, with this person's cultivation level, he didn't have the qualifications to own an ice tower. However, this person had an uncle who had some prestige among the Shui Yu cultivators, so this small town was given to him. Because of this, he was given this 11-story ice tower. Through this person's memories, Wang Lin found out that the genius of Shui Yu was named Red Butterfly. She left with the cultivators of Rosefinch a few years ago. Along with her, aside from the 7 head elders, was Sher San, who was even older than the head elder. Sher San went to Rosefinch for only one reason, and that was to accept the bestowment from Rosefinch. Red Butterfly's requirement for joining the country of Rosefinch was for Shui Yu to become a rank 5 cultivation country and for it to have a new location. Now that the second requirement had been met, only the first was left. All of the cultivators of Shui Yu knew a bit about this. The core formation cultivator in this small town knew a bit more because of his uncle. In order for a rank 4 cultivation country to become a rank 5 cultivation country, they must have a soul transformation cultivator. The bestowment is a very powerful heaven-defying technique. Everyone only has one chance, so there is a high chance of failure. However, if they succeed, they will immediately reach the soul transformation stage. However, there is a downside, and that is that their lifespan, no matter if they have more or less, will always be 100 years. Also, their cultivation level will be stuck at the early stage of soul transformation and will never be able to break through. There is no way to change this. The cycle of life and death only lasts 100 years. After 100 years, they will without a doubt die. As such, for those who were about to reach the end of their lifespans, this might be an opportunity. That was why the top cultivators were willing to take the risk. After all, they did not have much lifespan left. As long as one of Sher San's people succeeds, Shui Yu will have 100 more years to become a rank 5 cultivation country. During these 100 years, one of the 7 head elders who left with Red Butterfly will reach the soul transformation stage. As a result, Shui Yu's position as a rank 5 cultivation country will stabilize a bit. This was something that Rosefinch agreed to, and it was also Shui Yu's condition in exchange for Red Butterfly. So for Shui Yu, which is about to become a rank 5 cultivation country, all of the surrounding rank 4 cultivation countries are ready to become their vassal country. This is a rule passed down from the Cultivation Alliance, and not something that Rosefinch made. Any cultivator can resist, but they can't change it. The price of resisting is being erased. Wang Lin walked out of the ice tower. There were 2 foundation establishment cultivators, 1 male and 1 female. When they saw Wang Lin, they respectfully called him teacher. Wang Lin nodded but didn't say anything. He knew that the person he had turned into had 3 disciples. The beautiful female disciple before him was the 3rd. She was the one he liked the most, and they would sometimes do things like serving each other. This kind of thing is very rare in other cultivation countries, and even if it does happen, they won't spread it around. It is a very secretive thing. However, in the incredible country of Shui Yu, this kind of thing is very common. According to this core formation cultivator's memories, there are many other cultivators in Shui Yu who have disciples serving each other. This has already become something that everyone knows, so no one condemns it. Also, in this person's memories, he maliciously lamented that if it wasn't for the fact that Red Butterfly's teacher was a girl, she would also be serving her teacher. Wang Lin bitterly smiled at this kind of thing. His impression of Shui Yu became even worse. As for the man in front of him, although he didn't look young, he was the 2nd oldest in the family. Normally, he respected his master, but secretly, he was jealous of the relationship between his master and 3rd junior sister. Wang Lin learned all of this from the core formation cultivator's memories. Originally, this person was going to find an opportunity to send this disciple out so he wouldn't be annoyed. Wang Lin had his hands behind his back. It was impossible to tell if he was happy or angry as he slowly said, "Are there any new ice embryos?" Ice embryos were what the cultivators of Shui Yu called ice sculptures. The 2nd disciple quickly and respectfully said, "Master, 2 snow celestial ice embryos just arrived." Wang Lin nodded and said, "Take them out. Let me see if your techniques have improved." In Wang Lin's memories, there was a detailed description of how to make an ice sculpture puppet. However, this method involved a special technique of Shui Yu called the pure ice method. From Wang Lin's point of view, this method was very exquisite. When Shui Yu cultivators cultivate, not only do they absorb spiritual energy from heaven and earth, but they also absorb a type of cold energy. It is this cold energy that gradually changes the body of a nascent soul cultivator. This allows them to turn into an ice giant after their nascent soul leaves their body. However, this method was clearly graded. The person that Wang Lin turned into could only learn the first 4 levels of the method. This was secretly given to him by his uncle. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to learn the first 4 levels of the method. The 2nd disciple quickly nodded and slapped his storage pouch. Immediately, 2 ice sculptures that were 10 meters tall appeared on the ground. The ice sculptures depicted a beast with the head of a human and the body of a bird. They gave off a ferocious appearance. In his 1 year of travel, Wang Lin naturally knew that these ice sculptures were of one of Shui Yu's guardian beasts, the snow celestial. The second disciple's expression was serious. He sat down cross-legged and cultivated for a while. Then, his left hand formed a seal and formed a ball of black snow. At the same time, he moved his right hand and pulled out some black snow from the ball of snow. Then, he pressed his finger against the ice sculpture. Suddenly, a gust of black gas flowed from his fingertip into the ice sculpture, forming a trace that looked like a meridian. The second disciple's forehead was covered in sweat. He took a deep breath and pulled out some more black snow. Then, he pressed his finger against the ice sculpture. Suddenly, another meridian appeared on the ice sculpture. At this moment, the ball of snow in the second disciple's hand silently disappeared. His face became even paler and he quickly sat down cross-legged to cultivate. Wang Lin's expression was the same as usual, but in his heart, he understood something. According to the core formation cultivator's memories, a snow celestial needed 9 snow meridians to complete the first step. As he was thinking, the female disciple walked over with light steps. With a hint of seduction in her eyes, she said softly, "Master, you haven't answered my questions for several days. My cultivation has changed again. Tonight, I hope Master can give me some guidance." Wang Lin was thinking about the effect of the snow meridians on the ice sculpture. When he heard the female disciple's words, he nodded and casually said, "Tell me, what happened?" The female disciple was startled. She looked around and blushed. She said, "Master, can we talk here?" Wang Lin nodded, but then he suddenly remembered that in the core formation cultivator's memories, when this female disciple spoke like this, it didn't just mean what she said. There was a deeper meaning behind her words. Just as he was about to speak, the blush on the female disciple's face deepened. She glanced at Wang Lin in a flirtatious manner and then slapped herself, causing her clothes to fall off. Wang Lin frowned and waved his sleeve. The female disciple's clothes returned to normal. His face grew cold as he looked at the female disciple. The female disciple immediately felt a chill in her body. Her beautiful face changed as she knelt down on the ground in fear. After a long time, she carefully stood up. She was panicking, unsure of how she had provoked her master. At this point, the second disciple had finished healing himself. He opened his eyes and looked at the female disciple. He didn't say anything, but his left hand once again formed an incantation. He condensed more black snow and began to create snow meridians. It took the second disciple several hours to create the 9 snow meridians. Most of the time, he was adjusting his breathing. From this, it could be seen that creating the ice sculpture was a big burden on him. After the 9 snow meridians were created, the second disciple took a deep breath and knelt down in front of the ice sculpture. His face was filled with sincerity as he muttered a prayer. Then he clenched his teeth and placed his hand on the ice sculpture where the 9 snow meridians converged. With a bang, the second disciple coughed out a mouthful of blood and flew back more than 30 meters before landing on the ground. As for the ice sculpture, the 9 snow meridians moved like snakes. Finally, with a bang, 2 of the snow meridians collided with each other. The entire ice sculpture exploded into pieces of ice. The second disciple's face was pale. He shamefully said, "Disciple failed again." Wang Lin ignored him. His eyes lit up as he pondered for a bit. Combining the memories of the core formation cultivator, he began to understand the key to creating the ice sculpture. Just at this moment, Wang Lin's heart trembled. He looked off into the distance and saw a ray of sword energy flying toward him. Chapter 281. There was a handsome young man inside the sword light. He wore a black leather robe. Although it was different from the robes worn by cultivators from other countries, it gave him a refreshing appearance. The eyes of the third disciple immediately lit up. She softly said, "Eldest martial brother is back." As for the second disciple, who had crawled up from over 100 feet away, a gloomy look flashed through his eyes, and he immediately wore a joyful expression. From the memories of the core formation cultivator, Wang Lin could tell that the core formation cultivator quite admired this eldest disciple. Furthermore, this eldest disciple and the core formation cultivator were related by blood. They belonged to the same branch of the same clan. This eldest disciple could barely be considered a genius. In less than 100 years, he had already reached the peak of foundation establishment and was only one step away from core formation. However, according to the core formation cultivator's memories, the reason he liked this eldest disciple was because of his appearance. The core formation cultivator planned on having this eldest disciple marry a late core formation female disciple and form a dual cultivation pair cultivation alliance. Wang Lin only took a quick glance and didn't pay attention to this matter. At this moment, the sword light had already arrived and landed in front of the ice pagoda. The eldest disciple lifted his robe, knelt on one knee and loudly said, "Disciple greets master. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you and found the hiding place of the remnants of the four sects." Wang Lin's expression was the same as ever, but his heart was moved. The memories of the core formation cultivator did mention this matter. The eldest disciple had left the pagoda because some mortals reported that they encountered a mysterious person who didn't seem to be from the snow domain. Thus, the core formation cultivator sent the eldest disciple to investigate. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened in the past few years. Generally speaking, no matter how high the cultivation of the remnants of the four sects was, they would still be severely injured after years of being exposed to the ice and snow. Although this was the case, it couldn't be taken lightly. Normally, when something like this happened, they would report it to the Shrine of Ice, and the shrine would naturally send someone to deal with it. The Shrine of Ice was extremely keen on this matter. Once it was reported, it would arrive the next day. Wang Lin pondered for a moment. His gaze was calm as he slowly said, "Lead the way." The eldest disciple was startled. In the past, when something like this happened, his master would never personally take the risk. However, it was not convenient for him to ask too much, so he hurriedly nodded and stood up to lead the way. The second and third disciples looked at each other, hesitated for a moment and then followed. After all, their master had already gone. If they didn't go, there might be trouble in the future. Therefore, he braced himself and followed behind Wang Lin. The four of them turned into 4 rays of sword light and flew into the distance. Not long after, the eldest disciple stopped and pointed at an icy mountain in front of them. He said, "Disciple saw that person disappear from here with my own eyes through the flying snow sculptures. I believe that there is a hiding place for them under the ice mountains." Wang Lin scanned the area with his divine sense. Although his expression remained the same, his eyes narrowed. "The 3 of you wait here." After leaving these words, Wang Lin flew forward. His divine sense detected that there was a restriction array under the ice mountains. There were 2 divine senses inside the array. One of them was only at the core formation stage, while the other was quite strange. Sometimes it was at the core formation stage, sometimes it was at the nascent soul stage, and sometimes it was even at the soul formation stage. There was only one explanation for this phenomenon, and that was that this person's divine sense was on the verge of collapsing and his cultivation was in chaos. Wang Lin landed on top of the ice mountains. In an instant, his entire body sank into the ice mountains and he quickly approached the restriction array. Soon, he arrived at the location of the restriction array. As long as it was a restriction array, Wang Lin was not afraid. He glanced at it and knew the structure of the restriction array. He waved his right hand and shot out a restriction array. Immediately, the 2 restrictions began to merge. Wang Lin rushed forward and calmly stepped over the restriction array. As soon as he entered, He saw sword lights waving in front of him. More than 10 flying swords turned into sword chi and flew toward him. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. His right hand casually pointed in the air and he softly said, "Life." The life and death domain created by the heaven's reincarnation domain suddenly gathered on Wang Lin's finger. This gentle point contained the heaven's Tao. It was as if a celestial was guiding the way. It was very simple, but it was filled with mysteries. A scream came from the sword energy. The flying swords all strangely broke free from Wang Lin's control. They formed a circle and circled around Wang Lin's finger. There were even traces of crystal light on the swords. Under the nourishment of this crystal light, the flying swords seemed to have been reborn. They released spiritual energy that was several times stronger than before. However, the divine sense on the swords was completely erased by the power of the heavenly Tao. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light as he looked at a young man not far away. This young man's eyes were wide open and he couldn't speak. Behind this young man, there was an old man with white hair sitting on an ice bed. This person's eyes were closed and his face was alternating between green and red. Wang Lin flicked his finger and the flying swords immediately stopped. They all fell to the ground and let out waves of sword hymns. The young man slowly recovered and revealed an expression of anger. He clenched his fists and shouted, "You destroyed my home and now you've chased me here. Are you going to kill us all? If you kill us today, someone else will come and destroy your country of Shuiyu." This person's voice is filled with a deep hatred that seeped into his bones. Wang Lin looked at the young man and his gaze fell on the old man behind him. The young man immediately moved to block Wang Lin's gaze. He looked at Wang Lin and after a moment of silence, he knelt down on the ground. He bit his lower lip and blood flowed out. He bitterly said, "Don't kill Master, kill me. I am the young master of the water ink sect. If you take me back, you will be rewarded. As long as you let my master go, I will willingly go with you. Otherwise, you will only have my corpse." Even though Wang Lin's eyes were calm, he was moved. He looked at the young man and then at the old man behind him. He slowly said, "Why do you want to exchange your life for your master's?" The young man remained silent. After a long time, he bitterly said, "If it wasn't for me, Master would have left a long time ago. If it wasn't because of me, Master would have left long ago. It's all because of me, because he wanted to save me. Huan get up. This person isn't a cultivator of the Shuiyu region." The old man sitting cross-legged on the ice bed slowly opened his eyes. The young man was startled, but he immediately revealed a happy expression. He stood up excitedly and said, "Master, you're awake." Wang Lin looked at the old man, clasped his hands and said, "Junior greets Senior of the Water Ink sect." The old man coughed a few times and the red and green color on his face became even more intense. With Wang Lin's life and death domain, he could naturally see that the old man was surrounded by a deathly aura. It was clear that the old man was on the verge of death. The old man raised his head and looked at Wang Lin. He slowly said, "Young friend, the old man is injured, so I can't welcome you. Please forgive me. May I know what business you have with me?" Wang Lin sighed and said, "Senior's hiding place has already been discovered by the cultivators of Shuiyu. You should leave." After he finished speaking, he pondered for a bit and took out a bottle of pills from his bag of holding. He threw the bottle of pills onto the ice bed. "Senior's injuries are too serious. This bottle of pills can't heal you, but it should be able to relieve the pain of losing your cultivation. This will allow you to leave this place. Perhaps there will be a chance for you to recover your cultivation." The old man smiled and didn't even look at the pills. He said, "Young friend, although I don't know which sect you're from, you should know that if the old man wanted to leave, he could have left back then. Even now, the old man can still leave even if he wants to. However, do you know why I haven't left?" Wang Lin pondered and shook his head. "This is my home. I was born here and I will die here." Although the old man's voice was soft, there was an indescribable aura surrounding his body. Wang Lin looked at the old man and didn't say anything. He clasped his hands and left. The reason he came here was not to kill, but to help. After all, he had lived in the Four-Sect Alliance for more than 30 years and had personally seen the invasion of Shuiyu. Although he couldn't change the truth, he would help if he could. The moment Wang Lin left, the old man looked at the pills and let out a sigh. He waved his right hand and a fan with only 2 feathers left flew out of his sleeve. "Young friend, this treasure is for you. Once you use it, I will give you the karma of the pills." After Wang Lin caught the fan, his expression changed. He remembered this treasure very clearly. Back then, when the woman in white was killed by the 9 people of the Four-Sect Alliance, she used this fan. Wang Lin remembered that after the woman died, this fan was taken by one of the late-stage soul formation cultivators. He turned around and looked at the old man. He immediately recognized that this person was one of the late-stage soul formation cultivators that shook the world. All the glory in the past had become a distant memory. Wang Lin left the ice mountain with a complicated feeling. The 3 disciples didn't dare to ask anything and silently followed behind him. Not long after Wang Lin left, an old man and a young man walked out of the ice mountain. They looked at the place where Wang Lin disappeared and quickly left the ice mountain. At the border, the old man slammed his palm on the light barrier and opened a gap. He took out half of the pill and gave it to the young man. He looked at the young man with a loving expression and said, "Go. You will have to rely on yourself in the future. I can't protect you anymore." The young man looked sad. He wanted to say something, but the old man waved his sleeve and sent him out of the light barrier. Soon, the light barrier returned to normal. The young man looked at his master outside the light barrier. His eyes were red and he cried out, "Master!" The old man laughed. He took a sip of the pill in his hand and his aura continued to rise. At this moment, he had returned to his previous peak, although it was only temporary. He waved his sleeve and his body suddenly moved. His target was the ice and snow shrine in the center of Shuiyu. Even if he died, he wanted to die in his hometown. Even if he died, he wanted to die protecting his country. All the glory in the past had become a distant memory. Falling in the raging fire, he must be an immortal phoenix. Even if he burned his wings, he still wanted to soar in the heavens. Closing a door was like throwing away a world. The memories of the past had become distant. The sand and the wind no longer filled the space of dreams. The sobbing Chong flute was only left with a desolate echo. Closing a door was like cutting off time and space. The glorious past was only left with the praises of later generations. Yesterday's singing no longer resonated with each other. Today's whispers could not find the sound of the zither. Opening a window was like embracing a ray of sunlight. Today's dreams were like the hope of the future. Ordinary people like you and I also need to show off. We need to pursue without regret, to feel the vastness of the world. Opening a window was like welcoming a gust of spring wind. Vanishing nothingness was like blowing away the confusion of the past. Falling in the raging fire, he must be an immortal phoenix. Even if he burned his wings, he still wanted to soar in the heavens. The last paragraph doesn't take up a lot of words. It's a poem I wrote in 2007. When I wrote this chapter, I felt a little bitter in my heart. It's similar to the mood of this poem, so I searched it on Baidu. I didn't expect that this poem from back then would still be reprinted, so I wrote it out. This is an original poem from that year. It is absolutely true. Chapter 282. The young man looked at his master's back as he walked away. After a long time, he kowtowed a few times, clenched his fist, and left. "I, Chen Huan, swear that I will destroy Shuiyu." Wang Lin returned to the ice tower with a complicated mood. Even though he had obtained a great treasure, he didn't feel too happy. Instead, he felt a sense of melancholy. At this moment, Wang Lin had a new understanding of life and death. What is life? What is death? This question echoed in Wang Lin's mind for a long time. The late deity transformation cultivator of the Water Ink School carried the last blazing sun of his life. Like a moth flying towards a lamp, he exploded on top of the statue of the Snow Fairy at the top of the Shrine of Ice, leaving behind a bright red stain that could never be erased. As a result, several soul formation cultivators who surrounded him also died in this explosion. All of his glory had gone with the wind. His death was worth it. His death had awakened the cultivators of the Four-Sect Alliance who were hiding and didn't dare to show themselves. In the blink of an eye, another year passed. During this year, Wang Lin continued to ponder about life and death. Gradually, his understanding of this domain became deeper and deeper. His entire person seemed to have undergone a metamorphosis in this 1 year. The mountain was a mountain, the water was water. However, Wang Lin found that sometimes the mountain was not a mountain and the water was not water. It was as if there was a layer of fog covering his eyes. He couldn't see it, but he could feel it. He could feel it, but he couldn't touch it. This kind of enlightenment was not something that could be pushed forward with time. It required enlightenment. Spring passed and autumn came. Another 2 years of ice and snow fell. Wang Lin's research of the ice puppet had made some progress. The ice puppet was maintained by the snow meridians. When 49 snow meridians were activated, it could reach the attack of a mid-stage core formation cultivator. As for the nascent soul stage, it required 81 snow meridians. However, the more snow meridians there were in the ice sculpture, the more difficult it was to control them. The possibility of them colliding with each other was also greater. As long as there was a single collision, the entire ice sculpture would collapse. Because of this, the difficulty increases by many folds with each additional meridian. Because of this, the difficulty of 81 meridians is shocking. This was also why Shui Yu rarely produced ice puppets at the nascent soul stage. Also, the snow meridians used to make the puppets came from the ice snow spell. After Wang Lin studied the spell, he was shocked. The art of ice and snow focused on training one's heart. This art used ice to change one's bones and snow to condense one's heart to form a soul of ice and snow. From there, one would be able to reach the state where one's heart was as clear as ice. It could be said to be mysterious and indescribably wonderful. This was also why the cultivators of Shui Yu did whatever they wanted. The ice-snow spell focused on condensing one's emotions. If one didn't enter the mortal world, how could they condense their emotions? The more Wang Lin studied the ice-snow spell, the more he felt how terrifying it was. This spell couldn't be considered a proper path of cultivation. It was an unorthodox path. Wang Lin even felt that although it was different from the 6 desired Devil Lord's cultivation method, it had the same effect. Wang Lin didn't want to cultivate this method, so he imitated it. He changed the snow meridians to blood meridians and used the life and death domain to control them. In the blink of an eye, Wang Lin had been in this small town for 3 years. Adding on the 1 year he spent traveling, a total of 4 years had passed. There was only 1 year left until the 10-year deadline. Wang Lin could feel that the time to reach the soul formation stage had arrived. He didn't know if the moment he reached the soul formation stage would cause the heavens and earth to tremble. However, the closer the deadline was, the more Wang Lin felt that when a cultivator reached the soul formation stage, it would be noticed by all the nearby cultivators. So on this day, Wang Lin walked out of the ice snow tower and left. Before he left, the Shrine of Ice and Snow sent down an immortal decree, summoning all cultivators above the core formation stage to the shrine for a great ceremony. This was because one of the 13 cultivators who went to Suzaku came back. This person was the only one who succeeded. He had reached the soul transformation stage. As for whether or not San only succeeded, and whether or not there were any secret movements in Rosefinch, outsiders didn't know. Wang Lin left silently. Even the core formation cultivator that had been locked in the tower for 3 years lost his memories under Wang Lin's spell and regained his identity. At the border of Shuiyu, Wang Lin looked back at the land. Scenes from the past few decades flashed through his eyes. Finally, he left with a sigh and left. Wang Lin's goal was the Zhao Garden. There, he would prepare to reach the soul formation stage. The reason he returned to the country of Zhao to reach the soul formation stage, aside from the remote location, was because Wang Lin felt something he hadn't felt in a long time from that respectable late-stage soul formation cultivator. The feeling of home. Everyone had a home, but did he have one? If there was really a home, then the country of Zhao could be considered one. There was also the country of Chu on the other side of the Sea of Devils. There was a woman waiting for him there. Perhaps that could also be considered a home. So he chose the country of Zhao to reach the soul formation stage and complete the karma of being born there. Before returning to the country of Zhao, Wang Lin went to the neighboring town where Dainyu lived. From afar, he saw that Dainyu had opened a blacksmith shop. Although his wife wasn't young anymore, she was pregnant again. Wang Lin smiled as he watched this scene. A new life was forming day by day. When he left, Wang Lin injected some spiritual energy into Dainyu's wife's body. This spiritual energy could protect the mother and daughter. The new life was a girl. Dainyu still didn't know that the Uncle Wang he wanted to see again had already come to see him. Until he died, Dainyu's only regret was not that Xiaonyo didn't come to see him, but that he would never be able to see Uncle Wang, who watched him grow up. That strange person who opened a shop, the person who he often pulled customers for, and the person who charged 10 gold coins. After he died, he gave those 2 wooden carvings to his daughter. They were the family heirlooms of the Xing family. Wang Lin flew all the way back to the country of Zhao. 40 years ago, he had walked the same path. At that time, he had just entered the nascent soul realm. Today, he followed the same path back to the country of Zhao. This time, he was about to reach the soul formation realm and was choosing a place to prepare. The difference between this trip and the return trip was like heaven and earth. After passing through one ancient transmission array after another, Wang Lin was flying on an unfamiliar land. Suddenly, the sky darkened and dark clouds covered the sky. Drops of rain fell from the sky. The rain became heavier and heavier, almost forming a curtain of rain. Wang Lin looked up at the sky. He hadn't seen such heavy rain in a long time. He couldn't help but think of the time when he was in the Hengyu sect, when he was in the room with Zhang Hu. Outside, lightning flashed, thunder roared, and rain poured down. At this moment, bolts of lightning flashed across the sky. Silver snakes danced in the sky, creating a beautiful scene. Wang Lin slowly landed. He didn't use any techniques to disperse the rain. Instead, as he landed, he waved his right hand at the trees around him. Suddenly, leaves gathered, forming an umbrella. Holding the umbrella, Wang Lin walked through this unfamiliar forest. After passing through 2 more ancient transmission arrays, he would be back in the country of Zhao. One of the ancient transmission arrays was 40,000 miles to the east. Within the forest, the sound of the rain was very moving. Not far away there was an ancient temple. This temple had obviously been abandoned. The original red door had lost its luster, and there were even some cracks on it. Even the copper nails and rings were covered in rust. At the edge of the door there was a hint of green. Wang Lin hadn't seen many temples in his life. It could even be said that they were extremely rare. Looking at this temple, Wang Lin walked inside. This was an auspicious temple. There was no Buddha inside the temple, only half a petal-like cushion. As he observed, Wang Lin turned his head to look at the temple door. After that, he no longer paid attention to it. After looking around, he stood next to the temple door and looked at the rainy night outside. He was trying to comprehend a faintly discernible realm. After a long time, shouts came from the distance. A few big men wearing straw raincoats were cursing as they walked toward the temple. "This damn weather, once it starts, it won't stop. There's a temple in front. Let's go in and hide. When the rain stops, we can continue on our way." As they were talking, they saw Wang Lin in the temple. They couldn't help but stop and look at each other. Then they stopped talking and walked toward the temple. When they walked past Wang Lin, one of them took a step to the side and gently waved his right hand at Wang Lin. However, the next moment, someone beside him let out a roar and pushed that person, causing the attack to dissipate. That person turned around and snorted. Then he didn't say anything and walked into the temple. Inside the temple, the 5 of them took off their straw raincoats and started a fire. They took out some food and ate while talking loudly. However, their gazes would occasionally sweep over Wang Lin. Wang Lin shook his head slightly. These 5 mortals had broken the mood of this rainy night and wasted the atmosphere. He sighed and raised his foot. Just as he was about to leave, Wang Lin's expression suddenly changed. His gaze fell on the mountain forest in the distance. He saw a long-haired big man wearing a thin robe walking toward him step by step. His pace was not fast, but Wang Lin felt as if the ground had shrunk to an inch. He was still far away a moment ago, but in the next moment, he had already walked past Wang Lin and entered the temple. The moment he walked past Wang Lin, the big man exclaimed softly and stopped after entering the temple. He carefully looked at Wang Lin and smiled warmly, revealing his white teeth. "I didn't expect to see someone from the Tao world in this small temple. I'm Emoji. May I know who you are?" Since everyone wanted to quickly reach the soul formation realm, so be it. Soon. Chapter 283. Wang Lin's eyes were calm, but his heart was cautious. This person was really strange. He didn't have any spiritual energy in his body. At first glance, he looked like a mortal, but how could a mortal see through his identity? Wang Lin's expression didn't change as he cupped his fists and said, "I'm from the mountains, so I don't have a name. Just call me Dainyu." The man's eyes revealed a strange light. He looked at Wang Lin with interest and smiled. "Brother Dainyu, why don't you sit down? Wouldn't it be unfortunate for us to discuss Tao in this rainy night?" Wang Lin smiled and nodded his head. He sat cross-legged on the ground and flipped his right hand. A wine jug appeared and he drank a mouthful of it. Wang Lin didn't have much of this fruit wine left after the change of the 4 sections. So he didn't drink as much as he could. The man laughed and sat down as well. He said, "Brother Dania's cultivation is amazing. If I didn't see the anchor, then you should have reached the realm of soul locking and there's hope for cloud thunder." Wang Lin's heart skipped a beat and he became even more vigilant towards this person. However, he remained calm on the surface and avoided the topic with a smile. At this time, not far away, a few strong men beside Huang Hua, one of them laughed loudly and said, "What nonsense are you two talking about? We don't understand a word of it. What soul-locking conception? Cloud and thunder? Are you crazy?" Emoji smiled and said, "You are right. The word crazy is very well used. If it wasn't crazy, then it would be very difficult to comprehend the laws of the heavens. If it wasn't crazy, then who would seek the art of immortality? This is the meaning of the saying, if the heavens want something, then they must have desires." The man next to the fire frowned and scolded, "You really are crazy. I don't understand a single word." Emoji laughed and shook his head. He looked at Wang Lin and said, "Brother Dainyu, do you understand?" Wang Lin revealed a faint smile and said, "I don't understand brother's words, but I think that the word crazy is not good. Why don't you use the word crazy?" Emoji's eyes lit up and he smiled. "Good. The word infatuation was very good. People of my generation, if we don't have infatuation, we definitely won't be able to cultivate to fruition, to fulfill the heavenly Tao and lose our lives. Wang Lin drank a mouthful of wine and smiled without saying a word. Emoji looked at Wang Lin. His eyes suddenly revealed a hint of confusion and emptiness. When their eyes met, Wang Lin's heart skipped a beat. His right hand silently reached for the storage bag on his waist. A long time later, the confusion in Emoji's eyes gradually disappeared. Just now, where were we? Wang Lin frowned and stared at the man. At this time, not far away, several burly men by the fire pole had been listening to the conversation. The man who spoke before laughed in spite of himself and said, "Turns out he really is a madman." Emoji sighed and smiled at Wang Lin. "Forget it. Forget it. I am Emoji, how should I address you?" Wang Lin's brows locked even tighter. A brief moment later, he shook his head and smiled. He took a mouthful of wine and said, "Dainyu J." Nodding his head, Emoji looked at the rainy night outside and praised, "The beauty of a rainy night lies in its artistic conception and endless life. When the flowers and grass absorb the moisture, the death intent will slowly fade away. This is the beauty of a rainy night and also the taste of life." Wang Lin turned his head and looked outside the temple. The sound of water splashing could be heard. Occasionally, there would be thunder flashing across the sky, instantly illuminating the outside. The bonfire in the temple flickered between light and darkness, illuminating the surroundings. Just like between life and death, the darkness and darkness seemed to contain the heavenly Tao of life and death. Light was life, darkness was death. As the light flickered, life and death intertwined. "What is life?" Wang Lin asked in a soft voice. This question had puzzled him for a long time. Emoji withdrew his gaze and pointed at the bonfire with a smile. "This fire is life." Wang Lin was silent as he looked at the flickering fire and slowly said, "Why?" Emoji smiled as he looked at the bonfire and slowly said, "I don't know what life is, but I've often heard mortals say, 'Light fire, light fire.' I believe this fire is life." "You're crazy." This time, the men around the bonfire all looked at Wang Lin and Emoji with a strange expression. "This fire is life." Wang Lin gradually understood, but he didn't seem to understand. After a moment of silence, he asked, "What is death?" Just when Emoji was about to speak, his eyes suddenly revealed a lost expression. After a long time, he looked around in a daze. "Where were we before?" Before Wang Lin could speak, one of the men beside the bonfire immediately said, "He just asked you what death is." Emoji apologetically looked at Wang Lin and hesitated for a moment before asking, "I believe brother already knows my name. How should I address brother?" Similarly, before Wang Lin could speak, another man beside the bonfire smiled and said, "His name is Dainyu." Emoji's eyes became even more apologetic as he said, "Ever since I comprehended the heavenly Tao, my memory has been deteriorating. Brother Dainyu, please forgive me." Wang Lin's expression didn't change, but his heart trembled. He hesitated for a moment before asking, "What realm did brother comprehend?" Directly asking someone's realm was a taboo, but Emoji didn't mind. Instead, his eyes became even more confused as he slowly said, "Forget realm. Hey, you still haven't said what death is. Go on, it's interesting." One of the men beside the bonfire urged. Emoji's eyes became even more confused as he muttered, "What is death? Death is death. If a person dies, then they die. If their heart dies, then they forget, this is death." Wang Lin's heart trembled. These words were like a bolt of lightning that immediately swept across his heart, blowing away the fog of life and death. Death is death. If a person dies, then they die. If their heart dies, then they forget. Emoji's eyes became empty as he looked around. His right hand casually pointed at a puddle outside the temple and muttered, "Today, there is rootless water descending. The water in this puddle is life. He says rootless water is lost. The water in this puddle is death. There is no life, no flow. This is the so-called dead water. Then his right hand pointed again. This time, it was the bodies of the men beside the bonfire. The emptiness in his eyes became even stronger as he muttered, "Today they can be happy, angry, sad, or happy. This is life." He says they can't be happy, angry, sad, or happy. They can't escape the cycle of reincarnation. This is death. His right hand suddenly moved and pointed at the pedal cushion inside the temple. When this statue is here, this temple is life. Now that the statue is gone, it is death. Having said that, he stood up and pointed to the sky. This rain is born in the sky and dies on the earth. The process in between is life. The reason why I look at this rain is not to look at the sky, the earth, or the rain itself, but the life of this rain. That is life and death. Wang Lin's expression changed. He stood up and gave Emoji a deep bow. Emoji had a smile on his face as he walked out of the temple. He took large strides and gradually left. His faint voice could be heard from afar. "Brother Dainyu, if you understand, then you understand. If you don't understand, then you don't understand. Take care." Wang Lin stared at the rain in a daze. After a long time, he let out a smile. At that moment, the men beside the bonfire were confused. They seemed to have understood something, but after thinking about it carefully, they felt like there was a layer of fog in front of them. "Brother, what did that man mean?" One of them could not help but ask. The others turned to look at Wang Lin. Wang Lin shook his head with a smile and said, "You guys don't understand." After saying that, he left the temple and walked in the rain. He looked at the sky. The rain was born in the sky. He looked at the earth. The rain died on the earth. The process in between was the life of the rain. This was life and death. Fire was life because it contained vitality. This was what it meant to start a fire. Death was death. If a person died, they would die. If the heart died, they would forget. Wang Lin walked between heaven and earth. His heart was clear as he vaguely grasped the pulse of life and death. His mental state, which originally only had 1 year left to reach the soul formation stage, suddenly increased rapidly. Along with his understanding of life and death, he instantly met the requirements to reach the soul formation stage. It could be said that at this moment, as long as Wang Lin was willing, he could reach the soul formation stage immediately. However, this place was obviously not the place to reach the soul formation stage. Wang Lin suppressed the urge to reach the soul formation stage and increased his speed. I believe Brother Mo's mental state is the death of the heart, which is why you have the state of forgetting. Because you can focus on your heart, you can forget everything and only the word Tao remains. Wang Lin took a deep breath. This Mo was indeed an extraordinary person. The epiphany in the temple on that rainy night allowed Wang Lin's mental state to finally surpass the soul formation stage. At this moment, he fully deserved the qualifications to reach the soul formation stage and possessed the mental state of the soul formation stage. The difference in strength between the soul formation stage and earth formation stage was the starting point. All of this was because once a cultivator reached the soul formation stage and above, the focus of cultivation would change from the flesh to the mind. Understanding the heavens was the foundation, and using the power of heaven and earth was the beginning. Mental state was the most important understanding for cultivators above the soul formation stage. Different understandings would result in different intent. Generally speaking, there were many mental states in the world, but there were strong and weak intents among them. Although there was no difference between the different intents when they reached the extreme, the difference in the beginning could definitely affect the path of cultivation in the future. Therefore, the soul formation stage and earth formation stage were the realms with the biggest difference in strength. If a cultivator understood the heavens, then although they would be much more powerful than nascent soul cultivators, they would still be weaker than other soul formation cultivators. In reality, if Wang Lin wanted to reach the soul formation stage, He could have done it when he carved the first soul formation stage statue in the White Cloud sect. However, that kind of mental state wasn't born in his heart, and he was walking on someone else's path. Therefore, even if he reached the soul formation stage, it would be very difficult for him to break through in his life. The chances of him reaching the soul transformation stage were very slim. A mental state that wasn't born in his heart wouldn't be able to comprehend it at will, let alone surpass it. Fellow cultivators, please give me monthly votes and recommendation votes so that I can explode with more power. Thank you. Today is the soul formation stage. Chapter 284. In reality, there were two methods for a cultivator to reach the soul formation stage. The first method was to sense someone else's domain and then imitate it. This method was much simpler than the second method. However, the difficult part was that very few soul formation cultivators would open up their own domain and let others experience it. Therefore, this method was usually only available to peak nascent soul cultivators in their respective sections. As for the second method, it is to completely rely on oneself to comprehend the heavens, to experience one's state of mind, and to obtain one's own domain. This method is very difficult and requires a lot of perseverance and luck to succeed. However, if one successfully obtains their own domain, then their level will be far higher than the first method. Generally speaking, only cultivators who can't obtain their own domain by themselves will choose the first method. After all, there is a gap between the two methods. This gap, whether it's at the beginning or in the future, is something that is difficult to surpass. However, not many people can comprehend their own domain, so most cultivators choose the first method. This was also the reason why some soul formation cultivators could be killed, while others could live on peacefully. Back in Zhao, the messenger from the rank 4 cultivation country chose the first method to reach the soul formation stage. That's why when he saw Wang Lin's powerful treasure, he chose to escape. However, there were no absolutes in this world. There were some cultivators who used the first method to reach soul formation and eventually broke through and reached the soul transformation stage. However, these people were too rare. Even if they reached the soul transformation stage, they were considered low-level cultivators. This is why most cultivators who choose this method to reach the soul formation stage set their sights on pills. They hope to use pills to increase their strength, but how can pills with celestial spiritual energy be so easy to find? Wang Lin flew through the rain until he arrived at an ancient transfer array. There was a flash of light and his body disappeared. This time, Wang Lin didn't stop at all. After he left the transfer array, he flew at full speed toward the next transfer array. 1 month later, in a valley on the border of Zhao, a powerful ring of spiritual energy rose into the sky. After the ring of spiritual energy disappeared, a young man walked out of the valley. He was none other than Wang Lin. Looking at the land in front of him, Wang Lin sighed in his heart. The state of Zhao was not very big. With a sweep of his divine sense, Wang Lin could see everything clearly. After that massacre, the number of cultivators in the state of Zhao declined greatly. The death of several late-stage nascent soul cultivators was a serious blow to the state of Zhao. In the past few decades, almost all of the remaining sects had closed their sects and never left. In the cultivation world of the state of Zhao, rumors about Wang Lin continued to spread. Countless cultivators were scared witless, especially those who had personally seen Wang Lin. Sometimes they would wake up from their dreams with cold sweat covering their bodies. As for the Tong Tian Tower in the center of the kingdom of Zhao, where the envoys resided, the tower was also empty. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin flew toward where the Hengyu sect used to be, which was now the Xian Dao sect. He had just started cultivating here and was going to reach the soul formation stage here. When his figure appeared outside the Xian Dao sect, he saw a cloud of white fog that covered the entire mountain. Even the small path leading into the mountain had disappeared. The Xian Dao sect had closed its doors many years ago and no longer cared about the outside world. Wang Lin let out a sigh. He didn't call out anyone but disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in the back mountain of the Xian Dao sect. Although there were still cultivators in the back mountain where he had been in closed-door cultivation for 4 years, there weren't many. All of them were listless and had a sad look on their faces. How could they notice Wang Lin's appearance? On the cliff of the back mountain that was filled with caves, Wang Lin found the place where he had been in closed-door cultivation and walked in. This cave was unoccupied. After Wang Lin entered, the walls of the cave rumbled and collapsed. Sitting in the lotus position inside the cave, Wang Lin looked around. Familiar memories appeared in his mind. After a long time, he let out a sigh and closed his eyes to cultivate. 10 days later, Wang Lin finished adjusting his body. His hands formed a seal and he pressed them on his chest. Suddenly, his face turned green and red and his body suddenly split into two. His original body walked out from his avatar. His white hair was draped over his shoulders and the star on his forehead gave off a demonic light. His original body's cultivation was still at the late stage of core formation. If his G realm didn't evolve, then his original body's cultivation couldn't increase. Although fusing with his avatar could allow his G realm to reach the nascent soul stage, there were still drawbacks and flaws, so it couldn't last long. As for his avatar, it was about to reach the soul formation stage. When he reached the nascent soul stage, his avatar's flaw of 30 years had disappeared and it was no different from his original body. Now that he was about to reach the soul formation stage, if his original body fused with his avatar, it would affect him. Therefore, Wang Lin decided to separate his original body and avatar. Wang Lin pondered. If his original body's cultivation remained the same, it would affect him too much. He had been thinking about this problem for many years, but he couldn't make up his mind. Now that he had comprehended the domain of life and death, and after the enlightenment at the ancient temple, his understanding of life and death had reached a higher level. His heart that had been hesitating also became firm. His original body obviously couldn't walk the same path as his avatar. Therefore, his G realm had to be separated. The path of the ancient god was his original body's final choice. Wang Lin pondered for a bit and then sat down. His original body also sat down and formed a seal. Slowly, a green fog surrounded the avatar and his original body. First, he had to destroy his original body's cultivation. Traces of spiritual energy fluctuations spread out from the original body. A trace of pain appeared on his face, but his gaze was firm. Slowly, drops of blood flowed out from the pores on the original body's body. This red liquid didn't stick to his clothes, but it came out of his body and formed beads of blood around the original body. Gradually, there were more and more beads of blood. The true body's face gradually turned pale, and his cultivation level dropped from the late stage of core formation. 10 days later, the true body looked old, and his cultivation level reached the border of the early stage of core formation. The blood beads around his body formed a blood-colored ring of light. With a crisp cracking sound, the original body's golden core suddenly shattered and turned into even more majestic spiritual energy. Like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins, it spread throughout the body. Just at this moment, the avatar's eyes lit up and his right hand pointed between the eyebrows of the original body. Suddenly, the spiritual energy in the original body was like a raging flood that found an exit and poured out from between the eyebrows. All of this spiritual energy gathered at the avatar's fingertip. Gradually, a ball of golden liquid was pulled out from between the original body's eyebrows. The original body suddenly became dispirited, but his eyes were still calm. Soon, traces of spiritual energy appeared in the original body's bones and body. This spiritual energy gathered in his dantian and slowly, a circle of light that looked like a flower petal slowly formed in his dantian. This was the foundation of a cultivator, the symbol of the foundation establishment stage. This circle of light slowly became more and more solid. At this moment, the avatar's fingertip moved again and pointed at the original body's dantian. Suddenly, the original body began to tremble. The circle of light suddenly collapsed and turned into traces of spiritual energy that flowed out from the dantian and gathered at the avatar's fingertip. Shortly after, the original body's cultivation was like a flood that had lost its barrier. It began to rapidly drop. 14th layer of Qi condensation. Sure San layer. 12th layer. 8th layer. 6th layer, all the way to the 1st layer. At this moment, all of the spiritual energy in the original body's meridians disappeared. His entire body suddenly leaned against the stone wall and began to pant. However, his eyes were still calm. In his eyes, a bolt of red lightning flashed quickly. The clone sucked in a deep breath. This time, he pointed his finger at the spot between the eyes of the original body. Instantly, the red lightning bolt shot out madly. After leaving the eyes of the original body, it was about to escape through the wall. At that moment, the clone let out a loud roar and waved both of his hands, forming a screen of light that locked the red lightning bolt in place. Then, he grabbed it with all his might. Instantly, the red lightning bolt let out a soundless cry of unwillingness and slowly stopped moving. The avatar's hand grabbed the red lightning. He forcefully rubbed it until it turned into a drop of blood. After looking at it, he threw it into his bag of holding. This drop of blood was the G realm. The original body gave up on his cultivation and finally forced the G realm out, turning it into something like a powerful magic treasure. Shortly after, the original body took a deep breath, forced himself to sit down cross-legged, and closed his eyes. At this moment, the avatar pointed with his right hand. The spiritual energy that had gathered at his fingertip turned into spiritual energy. With a flick of his finger, the spiritual energy entered the original body. Then, the golden liquid from the golden core also entered the original body with a flick of his finger. Boundless spiritual energy madly circulated within his body, but he had no intention of cultivating again. Instead, he activated the ancient god technique. Instantly, the spiritual energy was completely absorbed by his bones and muscles under the effect of the ancient god technique, which was like a millstone. During the absorption process, the red light around the original body slowly released strands of red energy into the original body. This process lasted for a long time. At this moment, Wang Lin's original body and the avatar had walked two completely different paths. The original body cultivated the path of the ancient gods. The avatar cultivated the path of the celestial heavens. Both of them were Wang Lin's bodies, there was no difference. However, before reaching the great power level, the original body and the avatar could only fuse for a short period of time. They couldn't fuse for a long time. However, once they fused, their strength would increase by more than double. Chapter 285. The body of the original body was undergoing a series of changes. In reality, the body of the original body had already reached the standard of a one-star ancient god. As such, the original body was considered to have stepped onto the path of the ancient god. However, Wang Lin hadn't made up his mind yet, which was why the path of the ancient god was so difficult. But at this moment, the enlightenment in the ancient temple, the comprehension of life and death allowed Wang Lin to understand the mysterious realm between life and death. Therefore, he made up his mind to let the original body walk the path of the ancient god. Wang Lin looked at the original body that was cultivating and pondered for a bit. He suddenly slapped his bag of holding, and a few balls of blood flew out. His eyes lit up and he pointed with his right hand. The balls of blood flew toward the original body's head and landed on it. The original body's hair turned from white to red. The The murderous aura in his body reached its peak. At this moment, the appearance of the original body was similar to that of Tuasen in the land of the ancient god. After a long time, the original body, who had absorbed all the spiritual energy, suddenly opened his eyes. In his eyes there were no pupils, only two balls of red light. Together with the red hair behind him, he looked like an ancient demon, which would cause others to feel fear just by looking at him. Wang Lin and the original body revealed a smile at the same time. However, this smile gave people a different feeling. The clone's smile was filled with elegance, but the original body's smile was filled with bloodlust. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and over 100 jade bottles flew out. These were the pills that Li Muwen had given him in the past. The moment these pills appeared, the original body immediately opened his mouth and the jade bottles exploded. The pills inside entered the original body's mouth and turned into spiritual energy that flowed through his body. The ancient god cultivation technique in the original body started to circulate crazily, turning all of the spiritual energy from the pills into a part of his body. Gradually, the original body's body became even harder, and it even revealed a metallic color. Finally, numerous golden threads began to emerge from the pores on the body of the true self. At the same time, the true self's clothes vanished into thin air. As the pills entered the original body's mouth and the ancient god technique circulated, more and more golden threads appeared. Finally, they danced around the original body and intertwined with each other, forming a giant golden cocoon. A powerful pressure came out from the golden cocoon. Within this pressure was a powerful life force that sounded like a beating heart. However, outsiders couldn't hear this sound, only the avatar could clearly feel it. The avatar looked at the golden cocoon that the original body was in, then sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate to protect the original body. After 13 days passed, the heart inside the golden cocoon began to beat faster and faster. The thumping sounds were like the beating of a drum. Finally, when the sound reached its peak, a crack appeared on the surface of the golden cocoon. More and more cracks appeared, growing larger and larger. Eventually, they covered the entire golden cocoon, and beams of blinding violet light shot out from the crack. A crisp cracking sound came from the golden cocoon. Shortly after, a large piece of the golden cocoon fell off and a bronze-colored arm reached out from the golden cocoon. Following that, his true self walked out from within the golden cocoon. His hair was as red as blood, and it draped over his shoulders. On his forehead were two violet stars that resembled a Taiji symbol, circling around each other as they rotated. His eyes were no longer red and had become reserved. However, if one looked closely, they would see that his eyes seemed to contain a sea of blood. The ancient god body refinement's second transformation. After absorbing countless pills and his own cultivation, the original body had finally reached this stage. The amount of spiritual energy required for the ancient god body refinement was countless times greater than before. The higher the level, the more difficult it was. After the true self appeared, he didn't say anything, but instead looked at his clone. The clone's eyes flickered, and he slapped his bag of holding, causing a flying sword to appear. With a wave of his finger, the flying sword shot toward the true self. The original body didn't dodge and allowed the flying sword to close in. The moment it hit his body, there was the sound of metal colliding and even sparks. The original body's expression was calm as he grabbed the flying sword with his right hand. With a cracking sound, the flying sword broke in half and lost its luster, turning into scrap metal. Both the avatar and the original body revealed satisfied smiles. They both pondered a bit before the original body took a step and slowly sank down. According to ancient god 2C's memories, if a new ancient god didn't experience the test of the planet's core, they wouldn't be able to become a true god. Therefore, when Wang Lin decided to walk the path of the ancient god, he had already made his decision. The body of the main body continued to sink. When the pressure from the ground reached a certain level, it would be extremely terrifying for other cultivators, but for the main body, with the help of the ancient god technique, it was not too unbearable. Therefore, the main body continued to sink. Even Wang Lin didn't know how many miles he had sunk, but the original body still hadn't reached the center of Suzaku. According to Wang Lin's rough calculations, he was only 1/6 of the way there. However, this was the limit of what the original body could withstand. If he went any lower, his body would definitely collapse. After all, in the ancient era, every new ancient god would need a drop of blood from an adult ancient god to help them enter the center of a planet. Only then could they safely enter the center of the planet and resist the pressure. The original body sat down cross-legged deep underground and began to cultivate. Unless the avatar was in a life-or-death situation, he wouldn't move and would continue to cultivate. Even if he moved, he would only go down until he reached the center of Suzaku to complete the grand Tao of the ancient gods. However, becoming an ancient god was simply too difficult. The ancient gods had 3 trials and 7 calamities, and each one was a test. Each one was a life-or-death crisis, and without a long period of time, it was impossible to complete it. What was even more unbearable was loneliness, the loneliness of loneliness. Cultivating alone, enduring loneliness, getting used to loneliness, and in the end, enjoying loneliness. Also, the disappearance of the ancient gods was a large stone weighing down on Wang Lin's heart. In ancient times, after Tu Si died, some unimaginable things happened that caused the celestial realm to cease to exist. The ancient celestials were cut off, and the gods of Ji perished. This calamity even affected the cultivators of Ji, causing the world to change and the cultivation alliance to appear. Although all of this was very far from Wang Lin, once someone found out that Wang Lin's original body was cultivating the path of the ancient gods, this distance would no longer be far. This was why Wang Lin knew that he couldn't let anyone know that he had another original body cultivating the path of the god of Ji. Otherwise, there would be a disaster. After his original body silently pondered, Wang Lin sat in the lotus position inside the cave. He raised his head and looked at the ceiling. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the cave and see the sky. Wang Lin softly said, "Soul formation." He stretched out his arm and his life and death domain slowly spread out. It spread to the back mountain and the Xian Dao sect. The domain spread out in a mighty manner. This life and death domain slowly spread out until the entire country of Zhao was surrounded by Wang Lin's life and death domain. He slowly closed his eyes and began to comprehend the heavens and the domain between life and death. At this moment, within the borders of the state of Zhao, whether it was mortals or cultivators, no matter what they were doing, they all sensed something. The mortals didn't have much of a reaction, but the cultivators, on the other hand, began to panic. Only a few nascent soul cultivators within the borders of the state of Zhao were shocked. They flew out from their respective sects, hoping to find the source of this feeling. However, with their cultivation bases, they could only sense, but not investigate. Not to mention them, even the remaining nascent soul cultivators in the Xian Dao sect didn't know that the source of this feeling was coming from the back mountains. At this moment, Wang Lin felt everyone's state of mind. Panic, confusion, shock, and all sorts of emotions were reflected in his mind. Gradually, the clouds in the sky disappeared. At this moment, there was no wind or clouds in the entire state of Zhao. There was only peace. Under the influence of this peace, the mortals and cultivators who had been affected by the will of life and death all calmed down. In the mortal world, from the emperor to the commoners, they all felt something. It was as if they couldn't control their bodies and knelt down in one direction. Even the cultivators of the other sects, no matter what level they were at, did the same. As the sense of peace spread, some of the nascent soul cultivators noticed that the source of this change was the Xian Dao sect. The Xian Dao sect was now empty. Under the command of the nascent soul cultivators, all of the disciples left the Xian Dao sect and knelt down. These nascent soul cultivators all felt uneasy. They had a guess that someone was reaching the soul formation stage here, but this guess was too shocking, so even they weren't sure. Although they hadn't seen this kind of change before, they had read about it in ancient record. Although there were some differences, this kind of feeling couldn't be anything other than reaching the soul formation stage. At this moment, all of the remaining nascent soul cultivators in the country of Zhao had the same question. Who was reaching the soul formation stage here? Why was he reaching the soul formation stage in the country of Zhao? Could this person be someone from Zhao? This guess caused those who vaguely understood the situation to feel joy in their hearts. This kind of joy was something they had never felt before in their lives. Wang Lin was sitting in the lotus position inside the cave. His body was emitting a seven-colored light. Under the light, he gave off the aura of a celestial. Gradually, a small person that looked exactly like Wang Lin slowly floated out from his head. This was his nascent soul. From noon until now, he hadn't left the computer at all. Everyone, vote. Any vote is fine. Hee hee. Chapter 286. The nascent soul slowly floated into the air. After it completely left Wang Lin's head, it stretched out its arms and did the exact same thing as Wang Lin. Even the technique it used was the same. Suddenly, the spiritual energy in the world seemed to have found an outlet and gathered like crazy. It formed a giant whirlpool in the back mountain of the Xian Dao sect. This whirlpool became visible to the naked eye. It was like a funnel that grew larger and larger from the bottom up. At this moment there was a change in the sky. In the cloudless sky, a giant black hole slowly formed. Inside the black hole there were specks of starlight. Wang Lin seemed to have noticed something. His nascent soul raised its head and two rays of light pierced through the wall and into the black hole. His heart immediately trembled. The world inside the black hole was the space outside of Suzaku from the ancient god's memory. When a cultivator reaches the soul formation stage, their nascent soul will undergo a series of evolutions. This process requires a lot of spiritual energy, so in this kind of environment, one can use their domain to open up a tunnel to the outside world and absorb the spiritual energy to successfully reach the soul formation stage. This is a chance that every cultivator gets when they reach the soul formation stage. The appearance of this black hole immediately confirmed to all of the nascent soul cultivators that there was indeed someone reaching the soul formation stage in the country of Zhao. The spiritual energy inside the black hole flowed out like a raging flood and was absorbed by the giant funnel where Wang Lin was. After a series of changes, the spiritual energy entered the body of the nascent soul above Wang Lin's head. Slowly, a seven-colored light came out of the nascent soul. This light became brighter and brighter until it covered the entire back mountain. Soon, the entire Xian Dao sect was covered in this seven-colored light. At this moment, the hearts of the surrounding cultivators were filled with excitement and devotion. Their eyes were filled with fanaticism. To be able to see a cultivator reach the soul formation stage once in their lives was the most precious treasure and memory of their lives. It would even help their cultivation greatly. Although this wasn't the reason why Wang Lin had chosen to reach the soul formation stage in the state of Zhao, he had unintentionally given the cultivation world of the state of Zhao a chance to reach the soul formation stage. This benefit was especially profound for the nascent soul cultivators. At this moment, their nascent souls seemed to be undergoing some sort of sublimation. One by one, they flew out of their bodies to sit cross-legged on top of their heads and cultivate. As Wang Lin's nascent soul absorbed the spiritual energy, the seven-colored light on its body grew brighter and brighter. It slowly rose from a height of 3 inches above Wang Lin's head. The appearance of the black hole in the sky caused all of the mortals in the state of Zhao to become even more pious. At that moment it was as if the might of the heavens had descended, causing their hearts to be filled with nothing but reverence for the might of the heavens. The closer the mortals were to the black hole, the more they felt it. In particular, all of the children in the villages near the black hole were dumbfounded as they stared at the sky. If a cultivator were here, they would see that there was a faint band of light above the children's heads. This band of light was pointing toward the black hole in the sky. In truth, in a rank 4 cultivation country, whenever a cultivator reaches the soul formation stage, they will choose their home because the moment they reach the soul formation stage, a change will occur to the mortals closest to them. Those without spirit roots can even develop acquired spirit roots. This is one of the reasons why a rank 4 cultivation country can completely surpass a rank 3 cultivation country. Every time a cultivator reaches the soul formation stage, a lot of mortals with the talent to cultivate will appear in the country. Wang Lin didn't know any of this. At this moment, he had completely fused with the life and death domain and was experiencing the meaning of the heavens. As more and more spiritual energy entered his body, Wang Lin's nascent soul rose higher and higher. The wall on the ceiling allowed the nascent soul to pass through without any obstruction, and it gradually floated out of the back mountain. At that moment, a scene that the surrounding cultivators would never be able to forget for the rest of their lives appeared. They saw a little person emitting a blinding, 7-colored glow slowly rise into the air. As soon as the nascent soul appeared, the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward it and surrounded the nascent soul. Shortly after, the nascent soul's hands began to slowly move. Strange hand seals appeared in its hands and quickly changed. This process lasted for a very long time. Under the infusion of spiritual energy, Wang Lin's nascent soul's hands moved faster and faster until it was almost an afterimage. The 7-colored light around the nascent soul gradually disappeared until it was completely absorbed by the nascent soul. Shortly after, Wang Lin's nascent soul's body became translucent as if it could disappear at any moment. At this moment, the black hole in the sky spat out the last bit of spiritual energy and gradually disappeared. The last strand of spiritual energy turned into a long dragon that descended from the sky and fused with the nascent soul. At this moment, a strange aura was emitted from the nascent soul's body. The nascent soul turned from translucent to solid. Its body slowly grew until it was as tall as a person. If one looked closely, they could see that it was no different from Wang Lin's body. At this moment, the nascent soul slowly opened its eyes. There were no emotions in its eyes, only waves of coldness. At this moment, everyone who saw the nascent soul felt like this nascent soul had gone through a series of transformations, becoming an existence that surpassed cultivators, a mysterious existence. Its eyes seemed to be looking down on the earth. Whether it was mortals or cultivators, it had a cold expression on its face. It was as if there was nothing in the world that could interest it. The key to reaching the soul formation stage for a cultivator was the evolution of the nascent soul into an origin soul. As long as the origin soul wasn't destroyed, the body would exist forever. This was the law of the heavens. At this moment, Wang Lin's nascent soul finally underwent a transformation under the transformation of the spiritual energy. Its nascent body was no longer a nascent soul, and it became an origin soul. If the nascent soul was a child, then not only had it grown up, it had also obtained the power of the heavens and formed an origin soul. This was the terror of a soul formation cultivator. The reason why a soul formation cultivator's spells contained a domain was because of the existence of the origin soul. This origin soul was formed from the domain and was based on the nascent soul. It was nourished by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which was why it was condensed. It was because of the existence of an origin soul that a soul formation cultivator was much more powerful than a nascent soul cultivator. This was similar to how a nascent soul cultivator was to a core formation cultivator. The difference in cultivation level was like a ravine that couldn't be crossed. When mortals breathed in and out the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, their body would change and become more suitable for breathing in and out spiritual energy. Slowly, when the amount of spiritual energy in their body reached a certain level, there would be a qualitative change. This change was called foundation building. According to the laws of the heavens, foundation building couldn't be done with the help of external forces. It required one's own cultivation to continuously break through. This was the only way to go against the heavens. However, the difficulty of building a foundation was too great. That was why there was such a heaven-defying item like the foundation establishment pill. Slowly, after countless cycles of reincarnation, there were very few people in the current cultivation world who could build a foundation on their own without the foundation establishment pill. Although it didn't meet the standards of the heavens, the Cultivation Alliance said that if the heavens were willing to die, then they should defy the heavens. As a result, after a long time, no one bothered to look into the root of the problem. After reaching foundation building, one's body would have a more suitable platform to cultivate, so the amount of spiritual energy one could absorb increased. However, after a certain amount, one would encounter another bottleneck. As a result, there was core formation. The purpose of core formation was to compress the spiritual energy in one's body, compress it and compress it again. This way, the spiritual energy would go from invisible to tangible, from tangible to liquid, and from liquid to a golden core. This process was very difficult for cultivators, but it wasn't impossible. If one's talent was high enough, it would save them a lot of trouble. The moment the golden core appeared, the pressure on one's body was relieved, so one could once again absorb spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. As the spiritual energy was absorbed, it gathered at the golden core, making it harder and harder. The amount of spiritual energy inside the golden core was beyond imagination. This was why core formation cultivation was like the heavens to foundation building cultivators. It was impossible to resist. After all, the amount of spiritual energy inside was unimaginably large. After a cultivator reaches the core formation stage, they will encounter another bottleneck, which is the late stage of core formation. At this point, simply absorbing spiritual energy won't solve the problem, so a cultivator goes through a second qualitative change. This wasn't a complete qualitative change, but for a cultivator, it was a heaven-shaking change. It was the first step to becoming a heaven-defying cultivator. After the golden core shatters, a nascent soul is born. The reason the nascent soul had the word origin in it was because origin was the first word of Tao. It was also called mysterious, and was the beginning of all Tao. The word mysterious was the origin of the birth of the nascent soul after the golden core shatters. It was a mysterious change, a sublimation change. This process was taken from how mortals conceived and gave birth. This was the natural order of the heavens. The golden core was like a 10-month pregnancy plate. After a period of refinement, life was born. This life was called a baby. Thus, the word nascent soul appeared. Taoist cultivation also had this meaning. After the golden core shatters, a nascent soul is born. It was a search for endless life and reincarnation. The amount of spiritual energy absorbed by the nascent soul was indescribable compared to the core formation stage. It was a completely different realm. Having a nascent soul meant that from now on, it was possible to escape the cycle of reincarnation. It gave one the ability to fight against the heavens and the ability to do heaven-defying things. Once the nascent soul reached a certain level, it was the soul formation stage. The difficulty of the soul formation stage wasn't as high as it was in the past. What it focused on was enlightenment of the heavens. Chapter 287. After all, once a cultivator enters the nascent soul stage, they have the right to fight against the heavens. This right is very precious, but just having the right isn't enough. To fight against the heavens and surpass the cycle of reincarnation, one must understand the heavens and the cycle of reincarnation. Only by understanding the laws of heaven and earth can one find the way to go against the heavens. This kind of thing is very mysterious. If you understand it, you understand it. If you don't, you don't. If you can't understand the laws of heaven and earth, then no matter how much spiritual energy you absorb, you will only be at a disadvantage. For example, if a baby has a sharp weapon, no matter how sharp it is, if it can't wield it, then it will be a waste. Even if the baby forcefully wields the weapon and injures the enemy, in the end, the baby will be injured by the weapon. Understanding the laws of heaven and gaining a domain is a power that allows the baby to wield the weapon. This power is the only choice for wielding the weapon. Only by understanding the laws of heaven and earth can one wield the weapon freely. Because of this, the name Divine Transformation came into being. With the power to wield the weapon, one will naturally surpass mortals and other cultivators. The only existence that can surpass mortals and cultivators is the Divine Spirit. However, this Divine Spirit is not like the Divine Spirit recorded in book. Instead, it is a thought, a change in the heart, a mysterious realm. However, this realm was similar to the gods in the ancient books. That was why the term soul formation gradually came into existence. However, it was not enough for an infant to only have strength. Although an infant could wield a sharp weapon, it would not last long. After all, an infant's body could not store too much of this power. Hence, the term primordial spirit came into being. When a baby grows up, its body can naturally store more power. This is the divine transformation. In order to form the divine transformation, aside from the domain, one also needs the divine sense. The combination of the divine sense and the divine sense becomes a part of the nascent soul. Therefore, the divine transformation naturally appeared. This is the divine transformation. As for the weapon that can be wielded, it is the power of heaven and earth. A divine transformation cultivator can wield the power of heaven and earth that a nascent soul cultivator cannot control. This is one of the reasons why they are called divine transformation. At its core, the so-called energy of the heavens and the earth was the concept of the heaven Tao. According to the difference in the concept and the laws of the heavens and the earth that everyone comprehended, the energy of the heavens and the earth that was revealed would be different. At that moment, Wang Lin's soul completely understood all of these things. He looked at the ground beneath his feet quietly. After a long time, his soul slowly descended and sank into the cliff. After returning to the cave, it slowly fused with Wang Lin's body through the top of his head. Eventually, it fused perfectly with his body. At that moment, all of the spiritual energy in Wang Lin's body disappeared and fused with his nascent divinity. After a long time, Wang Lin slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were like those of a newborn baby, black and white, with a trace of faintly discernible spiritual energy. Wang Lin took in a deep breath. He raised his right hand and casually grabbed at the void. Suddenly, a crack in space appeared before him. Waves of cold wind blew out, as if it could extinguish all life. This hand easily tore open a crack. In the past, unless it was inside the body of an ancient god, even if Wang Lin could do this, he would need to use all of the spiritual energy in his body to barely be able to do it. There was also the cold wind. This was the wind of destruction that blew out from the crack in space. Nascent soul cultivators might be able to resist it, but they would need to use all of their strength. As for core formation cultivators, they couldn't resist it at all, unless they had a treasure that could restrain it. As for Wang Lin, before he reached the soul formation stage, he wouldn't be afraid of this wind, but he would still feel uncomfortable. However, once he entered the crack, he still wouldn't be able to withstand it. This was also why Wang Lin didn't dare to chase the people he had battled back then when they tore open a rift and escaped. But now, this cold wind didn't affect Wang Lin at all. Even if he entered the crack, he wouldn't feel any harm. He faintly smiled and put his right hand into the crack. When he withdrew it, some small specks of light appeared in his hand. Looking at these specks of light, Wang Lin pondered a little and then crushed them one by one. He stood up and walked forward. The stone wall that sealed the cave opened with a rumbling sound. After walking out of the cave, Wang Lin immediately saw that all of the cultivators of the Xian Dao sect were kneeling in the distance. They were all staring at him. Even further away, there were some cultivators from other sects that were also kneeling on the ground. Wang Lin's gaze swept past everyone. He saw a lot of familiar faces. Suddenly, Wang Lin's gaze landed on a very handsome middle-aged man wearing a white robe. The moment he saw this person, Wang Lin let out a happy smile. He carefully looked at this person and his smile became even wider. Wang Lin muttered to himself, 40 years to reach the late stage of foundation establishment. Not bad. The middle-aged man stared at Wang Lin with a hint of confusion in his eyes. He felt that this person was very familiar, but no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't think of who this person was. Now that he saw this person looking at him, his mind immediately trembled. It was as if something was awakening. A scene flashed past his eyes. He seemed to have been in the same sect as this person. However, he immediately shook his head. This thought was too absurd. He took a deep breath and quickly lowered his head. At this moment, an old nascent soul cultivator clenched his teeth and flew into the air. He knelt down 100 feet away from Wang Lin and said with a trembling voice, "Senior is someone from my country of Zhao." The moment these words came out, all the surrounding cultivators held their breaths and became silent. Their gazes were filled with a hint of fanaticism as they all looked at Wang Lin. Even the middle-aged man raised his head and looked at Wang Lin again. Although Wang Lin's current appearance was different from the fiend from back then, his aura was completely different. It was no wonder these people couldn't recognize him. Even if some people had suspicions, they would bury it in their hearts and not say it out loud. If a rank 3 cultivation country wants to become a rank 4 cultivation country, it needs a soul formation cultivator. This person must be born in the country. A rank 4 cultivation country naturally has a technique that can find out the origin of a cultivator. This technique came from the country of Rosefinch. Unless the cultivator's cultivation level is higher than Rosefinch's, it is very difficult to fake. The most important thing is that this soul formation cultivator must live in the country for 100 years before they can be reported to the rank 4 cultivation country for a new rank. It was obvious that Wang Lin couldn't accept this condition. After hearing the old man's words, Wang Lin pondered a bit and said, "I'm from this country, but I can't live here for 100 years. I'm sorry." The old man's body trembled and revealed a look of disappointment. Not only him, but all the surrounding cultivators were the same. If one's expectations are too high, the disappointment will be even greater. Wang Lin let out a sigh. His right hand reached out and 10 balls of light appeared in his hand. After pondering for a bit, he threw the balls of light into the bodies of 10 surrounding cultivators. The 10 cultivators' bodies trembled and their faces revealed expressions of pain. However, this pain didn't last for long. After a few moments, their faces were filled with joy. The white-robed middle-aged man was one of them. "Although I can't live here, I can give you 10 spiritual energy seeds. They won't make it any easier for you to cultivate, but they can give you a chance. If one of you can reach the late stage of nascent soul, I'll know and you can come and help me once," Wang Lin calmly said. After he finished speaking, he carefully looked at the white-robed middle-aged man and revealed a smile. The spiritual energy seeds he left on this person were different from the others. They could save this person's life 3 times. After all, these were 10 spiritual energy seeds that a soul formation cultivator gathered from the heavens. The value of these seeds was unimaginable. The middle-aged man stared at Wang Lin. The sense of familiarity, he felt toward this person became stronger and stronger. However, just as he was about to remember who this person was, he felt a stabbing pain in his head. This stabbing pain became stronger and stronger until it exceeded his limit. Just at this moment, a warm aura came from the spiritual energy seeds he obtained. After this warm aura passed, the pain disappeared. His body trembled and sweat covered his body. Don't think about it anymore. Once you reach the nascent soul stage, you will naturally remember what happened in your previous life. If you know too much right now, it will be a kind of pain for you. A gentle voice appeared in his mind. This person was startled. When he raised his head, he saw Wang Lin smiling at him. Wang Lin took a deep breath and looked at the ground with nostalgia. If there were no accidents, this would be the last time he would come back before the people of Zhao reached the late stage of nascent soul. His body slowly rose into the air and disappeared over the horizon. On the ground, all of the cultivators raised their head. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with determination. I will definitely reach the nascent soul stage. Definitely. Just at this moment, something fell from the sky. When everyone looked at it, they saw that it was a wood carving. This wood carving landed on the top of the Hengyu mountain and fused with the mountain. At this moment, the mountain seemed to be filled with endless spiritual energy. A voice came from the distance. This item can protect the country of Zhao from being invaded by other cultivation countries of the same rank 3 times. Take care. It was Wang Lin remembering the tragedy of the Four-Sect Alliance and doing one last thing for the country of Zhao. Over the next few hundred years, this wooden statue saved the state of Zhao from an invasion. All of the foreign cultivators had forced the state of Zhao's cultivators into a dead end. But in the end, all of the state of Zhao's cultivators came to the foot of this so-called holy mountain and knelt down to worship it. Immediately, the holy mountain released a gentle light under the mocking laughter of the foreign cultivators. This light covered the entire country of Zhao, and all of the foreign cultivators' mocking laughter froze. When the light disappeared, all of the foreign cultivators from the rank 3 foreign cultivators were dead. Thinking about it, it would be better in the future, but now that I think about it, it really was a bit of a waste. Man, sorry. Chapter 288. Outside the Juming Valley in the country of Zhao, the sun was shining and the wind was gentle. The clouds in the sky gradually appeared, as if the soul formation stage had never happened. In a few decades, the Juming Valley would open again to find the treasures from the foreign battleground. Wang Lin's figure appeared outside the valley. He stood on a cliff and looked at the valley. After a while, he let out a sigh and his right hand reached out. A 30-foot-long spatial crack suddenly appeared in the sky. If one looked closely, they would see that the location of the crack was the same as where Wang Lin exploded. After reaching the soul formation stage, the first thing Wang Lin did was to reform the bag of holding that had been destroyed by the spatial crack. The other things in the bag of holding were fine, but the sword sheath was extremely important to Wang Lin. He already had 2 sword sheaths, and Wang Lin had a feeling that there was a big secret inside the sword sheath. His body moved and he appeared outside the crack. A strong cold wind blew out from the crack, but this wind didn't cause any discomfort to Wang Lin. His right hand reached into the spatial crack and his origin soul began to sense it. With a thought, specks of light came out of the spatial crack and fused together. Soon, a bag of holding appeared before Wang Lin. Wang Lin scanned the bag with his divine sense and his eyes narrowed. The things inside the bag of holding weren't complete. There was only half of what was inside, and the sword sheath wasn't inside. He pondered a bit and guessed that it was because too much time had passed. Even though he had reformed the bag of holding, some of the things inside had dissipated inside the spatial crack. However, he had refined the sword sheath with a cold core in the past. Now that he had formed his origin soul, he could sense the sword sheath with just a thought. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin stepped into the spatial crack. After he entered, the spatial crack suddenly shrank and disappeared. The area outside the Juming Valley returned to normal. The inside of the spatial crack wasn't empty. It was filled with a violent aura and the cold wind of life. In addition, there were countless glowing crystals. There were even some pitch-black boulders floating around. The moment Wang Lin entered, he felt like he was in the space in 2C's memories, but there were no stars here. Wang Lin waved his right hand and left a mark on the ground. Then he stepped forward. His speed was very fast. He was like a meteor as he moved through the spatial rift toward the direction his origin soul had sensed. As he moved, crescent-shaped cracks would occasionally flash by. There was a suction force coming from each crack, but this suction force didn't seem to have any effect on the things inside the cracks. Gradually, Wang Lin moved faster and faster. After an unknown amount of time, there was a sword sheath inserted into a black rock in front of Wang Lin. This sword sheath belonged to Wang Lin in the past. However, there were 4 black shadows surrounding the scabbard. These black shadows were humanoid in shape. They seemed to be sitting cross-legged as they breathed into the scabbard. Sparkling threads were being emitted from the scabbard and were being absorbed by the 4 black shadows. After seeing this scene from afar, Wang Lin suddenly stopped. His eyes were calm as he waved his right hand. Suddenly, the sword sheath trembled. The part that had sunk into the black rock loosened and slowly rose up. However, at this moment, the 4 black shadows suddenly turned around and looked at Wang Lin. There was a flash of blue light in their eyes as they stared at him. Wang Lin's eyes were calm and he didn't say a word. As the scabbard rose higher and higher, it even let out a humming sound. At this moment, cracks immediately appeared on the mouths of the 4 black shadows. Then, even more fine threads gushed out from the scabbard and were absorbed by them. At the same time, one of the black shadows suddenly stood up. The moment it stood up, its body suddenly expanded and turned into a black cloud that surrounded Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes flickered and he coldly laughed. "You're just a ghost. You're overestimating yourself." As he spoke, his left hand pointed at the air and a ray of energy shot out from his finger. Although this finger of energy wasn't strong, it contained Wang Lin's domain. The moment the finger of energy appeared, it gave off the aura of death. In almost an instant, the finger of energy landed on the black shadow. The black shadow's life force immediately lost its vitality due to the change in the domain. The black shadow let out a miserable cry and its body immediately emitted waves of black gas. If one looked closely, they would see that there was a strange light surrounding its body. Under the effect of this light, its body became smaller and smaller. In just a few breaths of time, it completely disappeared. However, the moment it disappeared, Wang Lin's right hand pointed again and another ray of energy shot out. It sank into the place where the black shadow disappeared and the scattered black gas condensed to form a giant demon god. This demon god was created by Wang Lin based on the memories of an enemy called Spectre from ancient god 2C's memories. It was a transformation from the domain of life and death to the realm of life and death. The moment it appeared, it let out a roar and charged at the other 3 black shadows. Wang Lin's body didn't move. His origin soul was immersed in the domain of life and death, controlling the strange power that was extracted from the domain of life and death. This was the first time Wang Lin had used a real soul formation spell to control the power of the heavens and earth. For soul formation cultivators, unless it was a very powerful spell, there were very few spells that were set in place. All of the attacks were created with their own comprehension of the domain of the heavens as the foundation. The 3 black shadows beside the scabbard let out a scream. One of them jumped onto the scabbard and its entire body merged into it. Then, it wrapped around the scabbard and charged out of the black rock, running away into the distance. As for the other two, they turned around, their eyes flashing with blue light as they pounced toward the demon god statue that was flying toward them. However, in the instant that one of them pounced toward the image of the demonic god, its entire body transformed into countless black threads that burrowed into the image of the demonic god from all directions. The other black shadow took this opportunity to charge at Wang Lin. The blue light in its eyes gave off a demonic feeling. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as his right hand pointed to his brow. His origin soul immediately came out from his head and coldly looked at the black shadow. His right hand reached out. When the black shadow saw the origin soul leave its body, it let out a scream and turned around to escape. However, its speed was too slow compared to the origin soul, so it couldn't escape. It let out a series of screams as it was caught by Wang Lin's origin soul and devoured in one mouthful of incense stick. As for the escaping sword scabbard, it didn't move in a straight line. Instead, it flashed left and right. It was clearly guarding against Wang Lin's teleportation. Wang Lin let out a sneer and his origin soul suddenly disappeared. It turned into a part of the spatial crack, as if he could see the escaping sword scabbard. As the sword scabbard flew, Zhao Zhuge placed his hand on the sword scabbard and his origin soul returned to his body. This was a teleportation spell that allowed a soul formation cultivator to merge with the world. Not all soul formation cultivators could use this spell, but it was several times stronger than teleportation due to their understanding of the domain. The moment the black shadow was devoured by the incense, Wang Lin had already extracted its memory. This black shadow was a powerful cultivator that had separated an obsession from its body and sent it into the spatial crack to be attacked by the wind of death. This allowed it to form a body of death and become the soul of a magic treasure. This obsession didn't have a high level of intelligence. After drifting in the spatial crack for a long time, it discovered the sword sheath by chance and felt a strange fluctuation from it. With a flash of inspiration, it began to cultivate. Holding the sword scabbard, Wang Lin's right hand pointed at the demon statue. Suddenly, the demon statue that had just destroyed the black shadow slowly collapsed into spiritual energy and dissipated. As for the black shadow hiding in the sword scabbard, Wang Lin shook his right hand and the black shadow was shaken out. The moment it appeared, Wang Lin grabbed it with one hand and injected spiritual energy into it. The black shadow collapsed and disappeared. Zhao Zhuge killed these 4 obsessions so that the powerful cultivator wouldn't find out about them after they were taken back. Wang Lin's body moved and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was at the place where he left the mark. He tore open a crack and went inside. After appearing outside of the Juming Valley, Wang Lin didn't stop and quickly flew away. 1 month later, Wang Lin walked out of a transfer array far away from the state of Zhao. Wang Lin muttered to himself, "The rain cauldron appeared, so the day of the heavens opening shouldn't be far away. Right now I'm at the early stage of soul formation. Although I'm still far from the soul transformation stage, it's not impossible. Once I reach the soul transformation stage, Sidunan will be able to wake up." He once said that he was the #1 cultivator in the state of Rosefinch. If he wakes up, he will definitely know about the cultivation planet crystal and will be very useful in obtaining it. I just don't know if I can revive my parents when I reach the soul transformation stage. But I understand the reincarnation cycle of life and death. The more I understand the reincarnation cycle, the more I can't reverse the heavens. In the end, I can't escape from this. I'm afraid the idea of reviving my parents will be very difficult to achieve. Wang Lin sighed. Forget it, I'll think about this later. If I really can't revive them, then I'll find a place where mortals live and let my parents enter the reincarnation cycle. Our relationship in this life will be over. Right now, I still need to refine a restriction flag. There's only 1 ink stone left. This time, I must use it carefully and not damage it. As for the damaged flag, it's too difficult to repair. It can only be used to trigger the heavenly tribulation. Also, although I'm at the soul formation stage, I don't have enough magic treasures. I don't know when the heavens will open, so I need to prepare. I must obtain the celestial spiritual energy. Chapter 289. Wang Lin made up his mind. His eyes lit up and he stopped thinking about going back to Chu. He pondered a bit, clenched his teeth, and slapped his bag of holding. The mosquito beast that hadn't appeared in a long time flew out and circled a few times in the air. Wang Lin jumped onto the back of the mosquito beast. With a thought, the mosquito beast let out a roar. Its large mouth gave off a cold light, but it didn't move forward. Instead, it revealed a pleasing expression. This kind of expression was very strange on the beast. If anyone else saw it, they would feel a chill in their heart. After all, this beast's appearance was too ferocious. Wang Lin faintly smiled as he took out a bottle of pills from his bag of holding. He poured out a few pills and threw them at the mosquito beast. The mosquito beast's eyes were filled with joy as it flew forward and swallowed the pills. Just like this, Wang Lin continued to throw the pills and the mosquito beast flew. Soon, half of the pills were gone. Wang Lin put away the pills, slapped the mosquito beast, and scolded with a smile, "What are you doing here? You beast, there are no more pills today. If you fly faster, I'll give you more tomorrow." The mosquito beast let out a roar and moved as fast as lightning. It created a powerful wind as it flew away. Along the way, Wang Lin was in a very good mood. He had gotten his revenge, and his cultivation had reached a high level. This kind of feeling was very pleasing. Wang Lin let out a roar that echoed across the sky. The mosquito beast seemed to sense something and also let out a roar. The two roars became louder and louder. As the mosquito beast flew across the sky, the cultivation country below him was alarmed. Several divine senses swept by, but when they found out about Wang Lin's cultivation and the ferocious mosquito beast, they all withdrew their divine senses and didn't dare to disturb him. At this moment, in the cultivation country below Wang Lin, in a mortal city, a sloppy old man smiled at a young foundation establishment cultivator and said, "Little brother, I can see that your forehead is full and your body is glowing purple. You are definitely not a mortal. Unfortunately, if there's no one to guide me, I'm afraid I won't have any hope of reaching core formation." The little Taoist glared and shouted, "Scram! If you block my path again, don't blame me for being impolite." The sloppy old man mumbled a few words and pointed at Wang Lin, who flashed across the sky and said, "Do you see him? Back then, this little guy was only at the nascent soul stage. I gave him a few pointers, and now he is at the soul formation stage. How about it? Do you want me to call him down to prove it to you?" The young Taoist snorted and looked up at the black dot that had already flown far into the sky. He said to the old man, "Let's go. Cram." As he spoke, he pushed the old man and walked forward. The old man sighed and showed a regretful expression. He quickly ran to Zhu Zhen with a bunch of tokens in his right hand and said, "Little brother, I have the tokens of the 8 great sects of Sangmi country here. I even have the token of the sect leader. This is a powerful weapon for self-defense. If someone comes looking for trouble with you, just throw one out and the other party will be terrified." Wang Lin naturally didn't know about this. After letting out a roar, he let out a laugh and slapped his bag of holding. A wood carving appeared in his hand. This wood carving was a statue of the old man in green. Wang Lin's right hand reached out and a crystal light appeared in his hand. He bit his finger, squeezed out a drop of blood, fused it with the crystal light, and pressed it on the wood carving. Suddenly, the wooden carving flashed, and a blood-colored meridian appeared within it. The meridian quickly flowed through the wooden carving. If one looked closely, they would see that there wasn't just one blood meridian inside the wood carving, there were more than 30 of them. These blood meridians moved through the wood carving in a flash and never touched it. This was the result of Wang Lin's constant training. Time quickly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 1 month had passed. Wang Lin sat on the back of the mosquito beast and went through many transfer arrays before arriving at the Sea of Devils. The Sea of Devils had been in a state of war for the past few decades. The combined attacks of many countries were met with a stalemate by the demonic cultivators of the Sea of Devils. Wang Lin's goal was the land of the ancient god in the chaotic broken stars. After obtaining the memories of the ancient god, Wang Lin could enter and exit the land of the ancient god at will. Wang Lin thought for a long time. Only in the land of the ancient god would the restriction flag not be damaged by the divine retribution. In addition to this, Wang Lin had another goal. There were countless powerful spirit beasts and even desolate beasts in the passage to the land of the ancient god. Wang Lin wanted to capture one. He had to do everything possible to prepare all his magic treasures before the day of the heavenly Tao arrived and entered the gate of the immortal realm. Wang Lin even wanted to go to the foreign battleground to collect enough wandering demons. Wang Lin thought that as long as he didn't go too deep into the first trial, Tuo Sun wouldn't notice. Even if Tuo Sun noticed him, with his current cultivation level, he would be able to leave early. With this plan in mind, the moment Wang Lin entered the outer region of the Sea of Devils, he took out the straw hat the sloppy old man gave him and put it on. His entire body was surrounded by a golden light as he headed toward the chaotic broken stars without stopping. Under the effect of the golden light, no one dared to get close to him and block his path, allowing him to fly across the sky. The disputes in the Sea of Devils were still ongoing. Although there were rarely any big battles like before, there were still some small skirmishes. However, these battles were limited to cultivators below the core formation stage. Even nascent soul cultivators rarely fought. It was as if they were accumulating their strength to prepare for the next big battle. As a result, under these circumstances, no one cared about Wang Lin flying by. Even if some soul formation cultivators noticed him, they only scanned him with their divine sense and let him pass. Wang Lin moved very fast. If he met any beasts that didn't know what to do, the mosquito beast would pounce on them and suck out their cores. After passing through several transfer arrays, he arrived at the inner Sea of Devils. The moment he walked out of the transfer array, he felt the fluctuations of spells in the distance. After scanning it with his divine sense, Wang Lin no longer paid attention to it. He took out the map, checked his location, and flew east. 100,000 kilometers east was where the chaotic broken stars was. As he was flying, Wang Lin suddenly frowned. He saw a red cloud appear in the distance. This red cloud was like tens of thousands of horses galloping toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He knew that in the Sea of Devils, strength was everything. If he showed weakness, he would be eaten alive. Slivers of cold energy came from his body. In the blink of an eye, the red cloud was very close. There was a strange beast inside the red cloud. This beast looked like a black tortoise, but there were no spikes on its back. There was only a curved horn on its head that was releasing bursts of black light. This beast was very large, and on its back sat an old man. This old man was wearing a gray robe and had a red gourd on his waist. The moment Wang Lin saw the beast and the old man, he immediately remembered who this person was. This person was the person who placed a restriction on his body and forced him to go to the treasure refining pavilion. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, but he immediately calmed down and coldly looked over. The old man on the beast was very fast and arrived before Wang Lin in the blink of an eye. He opened his eyes and looked at Wang Lin, then he exclaimed softly in surprise. Wang Lin could feel the old man's divine sense being pierced by the golden light from the straw hat. Only then did his divine sense retreat. The old man stared at Wang Lin and was secretly shocked. He looked at the straw hat and pondered for a bit. He didn't say anything and patted the beast he was riding. The red cloud flew past Wang Lin and east. At this moment, the old man also became cautious, especially when he saw that the person wearing the straw hat was covered in a golden light. When his divine sense swept over him, he felt a sharp pain, so he didn't want to provoke this person easily. He also thought that the person who had this kind of treasure was at least at the soul formation stage. Therefore, he didn't want to fight with this person for no reason. When Wang Lin saw the old man fly east, he frowned, pondered a bit, and flew forward. 100,000 miles wasn't far for soul formation cultivators who had mastered a movement technique that was several times more powerful than teleportation. Not long after, Wang Lin saw the unique ring of the chaotic broken stars. Inside the ring, the small rocks were slowly moving according to some kind of law and seemed to be moving mysteriously. When Wang Lin saw the chaotic broken stars this time, he felt that it was very different from before. He could feel that inside the chaotic broken stars, there was a law that seemed to be outside the law of the heavens. It was this law that allowed the chaotic broken stars to have the power to create avatars that were far stronger than the original body. At this moment, the red cloud disappeared from the old man's body. He stood up and silently looked at the chaotic broken stars. He seemed to notice Wang Lin's arrival and withdrew his gaze after taking one look. Judging by his speed, the old man was sure that this person was a soul formation cultivator. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. After pondering a bit, he found a place near the chaotic broken stars and sat down cross-legged. He didn't say a word and began to cultivate. However, his divine sense was secretly on guard. He wanted to see what this old man's purpose was. If he also wanted to enter the land of the ancient god, then Wang Lin wouldn't enter first. He would wait for the old man to enter first. The old man looked at Wang Lin again and suddenly said, "Since fellow cultivator is here, I believe you also want to collect the aurora fire. How about we team up and enter the chaotic broken stars?" Wang Lin's expression was normal, but his heart was moved. Aurora fire, what was that? There was no record of it in the ancient god's memory. Wang Lin had cultivated for a long time, but he had never heard of this aurora fire. He changed his voice and said with a hoarse laugh, "I'm not interested in teaming up." The old man snorted and carefully looked at Wang Lin before turning to look at the chaotic broken stars. Chapter 290. The old man patted the weeping beast. The beast that looked like a xuanwu immediately opened its mouth and let out a roar at the shattered star's ring. The roar seemed to be able to pierce through the clouds. Although it looked silent, the inside of the broken star's ring actually caved in by a few dozen feet. The broken rocks inside the ring all made way for it. The old man jumped up and landed on the weeping beast's head. The weeping beast took a deep breath, and the surrounding spiritual energy was sucked into its mouth. Then, the beast roared again. This time, a cylindrical sound wave that could be seen by the naked eye rushed into the shattered star ring. In an instant, it formed a tunnel that was almost 100 meters wide. All the rocks in the tunnel disappeared. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. The weeping beast's attack surprised him. However, if it was a real fight, Wang Lin wasn't afraid. After all, although the weeping beast's attack was powerful, it seemed like it could only attack in a straight line. In a fight, it was more flexible. How could Wang Lin let the weeping beast hit him? The moment the weeping beast roared, the old man's body shot out like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, he was within 1,000 feet of the pillar of qi. Shortly after, the shattered rocks around the pillar of qi began to fuse together, forming clones that looked exactly like the old man. The old man didn't panic. He slapped his bag of holding and more than 10 jade slips flew out. These jade slips immediately rotated around the old man. Just when the clones were about to move forward, the jade slips suddenly stopped and then shot out in all directions. Each of the jade slips flew at an extremely fast speed toward each of the clones. Then, with a series of popping sounds, the jade slips exploded one by one. As they turned into silver powder, they strangely formed clones that looked exactly like the old man. As a result, the inside of the shattered star's ring looked very messy. The doppelganger formed by the old man's jade slips fought with the stone fragments. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the old man's figure suddenly dashed forward. In an instant, he rushed far away and easily walked out of the shattered star's ring. As soon as he stepped out of the shattered star ring, the jade slips clones disappeared without a trace. As for the stone clones, they let out unwilling roars and disappeared as well. The old man turned around and looked at Wang Lin, who was outside the shattered star's ring. He snorted and waved his right hand. Instantly, the weeping beast's body shrank and turned into a black light, flying into the shattered star's ring. However, the shattered star's ring had no effect on this black light at all. It allowed the black light to pass through and land beside the old man, once again turning into the mighty weeping beast. The old man leaped onto the back of the weeping beast and left. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, but he did not stand up immediately. Instead, he waited quietly. This wait lasted for 7 days. As for the mosquito beast, he didn't put it inside his bag of holding. Instead, it was released by Wang Lin and went to look for food. This mosquito beast was originally born in the Sea of Devils, so it was like a dragon returning to the sea. It was very carefree. 7 days later, the weeping beast's figure slowly appeared in the shattered star's ring. The old man was sitting on top of it, and beside him were 7 thin, long, golden lines that looked like flood dragons that were revolving around him. However, every time they tried to break free, a light screen would appear around them to prevent them from escaping. The old man looked at Wang Lin with a strange expression. He didn't say anything and walked out of the shattered star's ring in the same way. After he appeared, he suddenly let out a smile and grabbed a golden line. He threw it at Wang Lin and said, "Fellow cultivator, this line of fire is for you." The golden line moved like lightning toward Wang Lin. One moment it was very far away from Wang Lin, but the next moment it was right before him. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he pointed at the air, and his life and death domain appeared in his origin soul. The life domain focused on change. The so-called life force was just a change. With this, the golden line suddenly stopped and slowed down. It became very obedient and wrapped around Wang Lin's finger. Wang Lin's voice was hoarse as he slowly said, "It would be impolite to refuse." The old man's eyes lit up. He was now completely sure that Wang Lin was a soul formation cultivator. It has to be said that this aurora fire line was created by the heavens and earth. Unless it was used to control the origin soul, it was not something a normal cultivator could control. The old man let out a mischievous smile and said, "Since fellow cultivator doesn't want to team up, then I'll take my leave." As he spoke, he slapped the weeping beast beneath his feet. Immediately, red clouds gathered around the weeping beast's body. Stepping on the clouds, the weeping beast's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the distance. Wang Lin pondered a bit before standing up and looking at the golden line on his finger. However, just at this moment, the mosquito beast suddenly flew back and stopped 100 feet away from Wang Lin. It stared at the golden line on his finger with fear and greed in its eyes. It seemed like it wanted to move forward but didn't dare. Wang Lin was surprised as he looked at the obedient golden line on his finger. He pondered a bit before looking at the mosquito beast and asking, "Is this useful to you?" The mosquito beast revealed a struggling expression. After a long time, it gently nodded its head, but then it revealed a look of fear. Wang Lin's heart skipped a beat. The death domain from his origin soul spread out and gathered on the golden line on his finger. At this moment, a strange light appeared on the golden line. Under the effect of this light, the golden line dimmed and became listless. The mosquito beast revealed a look of joy and let out a roar. Wang Lin waved his right hand and the golden line flew out. The mosquito beast quickly flew up and collided with the golden line. The golden line immediately moved and drilled into the mosquito beast's head. The mosquito beast let out a few miserable groans as its body fell to the ground and began to twitch. However, its eyes revealed a look of joy. Wang Lin was surprised and continued to stare at the mosquito beast. After the time it takes 3 incense sticks to burn, the mosquito beast stopped trembling. Its body began to emit a golden light and popping sounds could be heard as it grew larger. The mosquito beast was now 300 feet tall. It was no exaggeration to say it was like a small mountain. Especially its large mouth. As its body grew, it became thinner and thinner. It looked very chilling. In truth, this aurora line was a material used to refine treasures. Only soul formation cultivators could freely control it. This item was used by nascent soul cultivators. As for demonic beasts, they would usually avoid it. However, this mosquito beast had been with Wang Lin for a long time. With the help of spirit medicines, it had broken through from low-quality spirit rank to mid-quality. It was equivalent to a peak late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Originally, it couldn't fuse with the golden line. However, under Wang Lin's life and death domain, the golden line was greatly weakened and lost its vitality. This allowed it to fuse with the mosquito beast and change its body. Wang Lin stood up and patted the mosquito beast. The beast immediately understood and turned into a ray of black light that entered his bag of holding. Wang Lin's body moved and charged toward the chaotic stars ring. Not long after, he walked out of the chaotic stars ring. When Wang Lin was at the core formation stage, he could come and go as he pleased, let alone now. Especially with the will of life and death, the moment his cultivation base entered the shattered stars ring, the will of death descended on him, and the changes in his body became weaker. His life force became weaker, and even his doppelganger was weakened. After walking out of the chaotic stars ring, Wang Lin didn't stop and quickly headed toward the entrance of the land of the ancient god. Not long after, he arrived at the entrance. Just as he was about to step in, the mosquito beast flew out of his bag of holding. It circled around in the air a few times and roared into the distance. It would occasionally look at Wang Lin with a pleading expression. Wang Lin's heart skipped a beat. He spread out his divine sense and found a spatial crack the size of a fist in the distance. A golden line was coming out of the spatial crack, emitting bursts of golden light. Seeing this, Wang Lin immediately understood. He smiled and said, "What is it? One is not enough?" The mosquito beast quickly nodded and revealed a pleasing expression. Its large mouth began to rub Wang Lin's body. If someone else saw this, they would be terrified. That large mouth didn't look friendly. Very few people could let it touch them without changing their expression. Wang Lin smiled. He looked at the golden line and said, "No rush. Wait until I seal this area so others can't enter. It won't be too late to collect them for you." Then, Wang Lin's hands moved and many restrictions appeared. These restrictions were very different from the ones Wang Lin had when he was at the nascent soul realm. Before, these were just powerful restrictions, but now they contained Wang Lin's domain. As a result, their power increased several-fold. The illusionary forbidding auras rapidly spread out and landed in the surroundings. Gradually, a giant forbidding aura covering a few hundred li was formed. After doing this, Wang Lin arrived at where the golden line was. At this moment, the golden line seemed to sense something and quickly retreated without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the golden line was gone. The anxious mosquito beast let out a cry, but it didn't dare to move forward. Instead, it looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. His hand reached out and grabbed the golden line. He let out a roar and pulled the golden line out. The golden line quickly danced in his hand. The death domain immediately appeared from his origin soul and the golden line dimmed. Then Wang Lin threw it to the mosquito beast and fused with it. At this moment, the fist-sized spatial rift began to shrink after the golden line was pulled out. Just as it was about to disappear, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he quickly sat down in the lotus position. His origin soul flew out and quickly entered the spatial rift that was about to disappear. As soon as his primordial spirit entered the crack, he immediately felt a golden light in front of him. He saw that he was in a strange space. In the distance there was a huge glowing object that looked like a sun. Around it, countless golden lines danced and flew rapidly. Without saying a word, Wang Lin reached out and grabbed a few dozen golden lines. His origin soul withdrew the golden lines and quickly returned. The moment his origin soul returned from the spatial crack, it closed up. As for the dozen golden lines, they dimmed under Wang Lin's domain and he threw them all to the mosquito beast. The mosquito beast's eyes were filled with excitement and it desperately devoured the golden lines. However, there were too many golden lines, so it couldn't absorb them all in a short period of time. Wang Lin left a death domain on each golden line so that they would remain in this weak state for a long time. He smiled and said, "You eat slowly, I'm going to the land of the ancient god." As he spoke, his body disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already at the entrance of the land of the ancient god. He took a deep breath and his eyes flickered. Then, he clenched his teeth, formed a seal with both hands, and uttered a few words of blessing. Suddenly, his body became illusory and slowly disappeared from the world. Outside the first trial of the land of the ancient god, in the endless dark tunnel, Wang Lin's figure appeared on top of a moving conical stone. Coming to this place again, Wang Lin felt a bit emotional. However, he knew that time was tight, so he immediately sat down cross-legged and placed some restrictions around him. Then, he slapped his bag of holding and an ink stone flew out. After taking a deep breath, Wang Lin's hands moved and single attribute restrictions were quickly placed on the ink stone. As time passed, more and more restrictions appeared on the stone. After completing the basic refinement, another item appeared in Wang Lin's hand. It was a soul flag. Under his control, the ink stone perfectly fused with the flag. Then, the refinement began again. Time slowly passed. During the refinement process, Wang Lin didn't hesitate at all. He seized every opportunity to quickly refine the flag. One restriction after another landed on the restriction flag. After an unknown amount of time, out of the 99 sets of restrictions, only one was left to reach small success. At this moment, Wang Lin was a bit hesitant. If his guess was wrong and he refined the flag here, the divine lightning would descend. If that happened, then it would be very difficult to protect the restriction flag. Once it was damaged, unless he could find more ink stones, he would have to use Li Muan's flag. If he stopped now, although the restriction flag's power wasn't enough, at least it wouldn't be damaged. If he used it carefully, he could barely use it. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. If the restriction flag didn't reach small success, it wouldn't be powerful enough. It wouldn't be of much use on the trip to the celestial realm. Gritting his teeth, he drew the last restriction with his right hand and pressed it on the restriction flag. Suddenly, the restriction flag trembled and black gas appeared. A desolate aura immediately spread out. Wang Lin scanned the flag with his divine sense. Although he had some guesses about the power of a single attribute restriction flag, he was still shocked. The power of this restriction flag was tens of times stronger than before. As a result, this restriction flag would be a great deterrent to soul formation cultivators. Especially after the flag reached small success, the 99 sets of restrictions inside it all fused into one. At the cost of 9 sets of restrictions, one could use the soul restriction technique once. This spirit restriction technique could completely restrict the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and even the spiritual energy of a cultivator within a certain range, forming an empty space without any spiritual energy. As a result, unless it was a cultivator with celestial spiritual energy, all cultivators would lose their spiritual energy for a short period of time. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he held the restriction flag in his hand. His confidence in this trip to the celestial realm increased greatly. As for the divine tribulation summoned by the restriction flag, it didn't descend. Wang Lin was very excited because he knew that he had made the right bet. Inside the God of Luck's body, the divine tribulation wouldn't be able to sense the existence of the restriction flag, let alone the divine tribulation. He took a deep breath and continued to place restrictions on the flag. However, he was unable to complete 999 sets of restrictions. This was because there weren't many pure attack restrictions. This was one of the reasons why a single attribute restriction flag was limited. After placing 18 different sets of restrictions on the flag, Wang Lin let out a sigh. He had tried his best, but this was all he could do. If he wanted to continue, he would have to carefully study all the restrictions he encountered in the future. Only by gathering everyone's knowledge would he be able to create more single attribute restrictions. Wang Lin had already made up his mind. In the future, he would have to discuss more about this restriction flag. Just 99 sets of small success had such power. Wang Lin was looking forward to it. If he could reach 999 sets of restrictions, what would the restriction flag be like? It would probably be able to shock even soul transformation cultivators. Thinking about this, Wang Lin's heart was filled with passion. After pondering a bit, he put away the completed restriction flag and took out the broken restriction flag. After hesitating for a bit, he gave up on the idea of placing the last restriction on it. The most important use of this restriction flag was to summon the heavenly tribulation. After finishing the restriction flag, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He jumped into the air and slowly flew toward the darkness below. Wang Lin was very familiar with this space. After all, he had carefully climbed up from the bottom and experienced countless dangers. Now that he was going back to the bottom, he didn't become careless and carefully descended. The reason he chose this place to collect spirit beasts was because although there weren't many spirit beasts here, any one of them was very powerful. The beasts in the Sea of Devils couldn't compare to them. There were even a few desolate beasts here. These beasts were equivalent to powerful cultivators, so Wang Lin didn't want to provoke them. His target was a high-quality spirit beast that was equivalent to a soul formation cultivator. The reason Wang Lin chose spirit beasts here was because he had a treasure called the Chaotic Beast Control Ring. This treasure could control spirit beasts for a short period of time, but it required a lot of spiritual energy to do so. This was something Wang Lin obtained from the ancient cultivators when he first came to the land of the ancient god. It was the price for his help. In the following years, Wang Lin also found some low-quality spirit beasts to test it out. After confirming that the trap was indeed useful, he came up with the idea of capturing spirit beasts through the passage. In order to obtain celestial spiritual energy from the celestial realm, Wang Lin had prepared a lot. Once he catches a high-quality spirit beast, it will be of great help to him in the celestial realm. This spirit beast is equivalent to a spirit-severing cultivator. However, during this period of time, he needed to maintain spiritual energy for the chaotic beast trap. Otherwise, before the celestial realm opened, the spirit beasts would turn on him. As he descended, he spread out his divine sense and scanned the rocks one by one, but he didn't find a single spirit beast. Wang Lin was puzzled. At this distance, he remembered seeing some spirit beasts, but now they had all disappeared. He pondered a bit, then his eyes lit up and he continued to descend. Soon, he arrived at the place where the giant dragon fell. Standing on top of a rock, Wang Lin looked down. Below him, it was completely dark. Wang Lin began to hesitate. If he continued to descend, he would enter the world of desolate beasts. However, He didn't encounter a single spirit beast along the way, so this trip was doomed. Wang Lin pondered a bit and then stopped. He waved his hand and prepared to use a technique to leave the land of the ancient god. After all, it was too dangerous down there. Wang Lin didn't want to take too much risk just for a single spirit beast. However, just as he cast the spell, two pearl-like lights suddenly lit up in the darkness below him. At the same time, a red flood dragon charged out as fast as lightning. Wang Lin immediately recognized this dragon as the one from back then. He was startled and was about to leave, but he immediately stopped. This was because he saw a blue toad before the dragon. This toad was more than 30 feet long. It took a step back and charged far away. The red dragon chased after it. Without a word, Wang Lin's body sank into the rock and his divine sense began to observe from afar. He had finished using the technique, so all he needed to do was think about it and he would be able to leave this place. As a result, he wasn't in a rush to leave and his eyes lit up. He saw the red dragon open its mouth as it chased. It shrank its body and bounced off. Its speed increased by several times and it closed the distance between them. It swung its body and was about to wrap itself around the toad. The toad's body suddenly trembled when the flood dragon coiled around it. Its entire body suddenly flashed with green lightning. This lightning was like the sun, instantly illuminating the surroundings. A ball of lightning appeared on the toad's body. The red dragon let out a roar and quickly dodged. It was clearly afraid of the lightning. Wang Lin took a deep breath and was shocked. Although the lightning from the toad didn't look magical, it made him feel like he had encountered a divine retribution in the past. To be able to fight against the red dragon that lived inside the red dragon, this toad was most likely also a desolate beast. However, Wang Lin immediately rejected this thought. After the toad finished releasing the lightning, it became dispirited and landed on a rock. Its eyes revealed a look of despair. From the looks of it, it didn't look like a desolate beast. After all, if it was a battle between two desolate beasts, it would be impossible to determine the victor with a single attack. Wang Lin's heart immediately burned with passion. He didn't want to provoke a desolate beast, but if this toad was a high-quality spiritual beast, then it would be perfect for his goal. At this moment, the red dragon let out an angry roar and more than 10 balls of blood appeared around its body. Inside these balls of blood were the souls of spiritual beasts. They all charged at the toad. The despair in the toad's eyes intensified. Wang Lin clenched his teeth and his body flashed out. The moment he appeared, the red dragon in the air immediately swept its gaze over. Its eyes revealed a mocking look and 3 of the balls of blood around its body flew towards Wang Lin. Seeing the beast's souls inside the balls of blood, Wang Lin finally understood why he didn't encounter any spiritual beasts along the way. The red dragon must have gone crazy for some reason and killed these spiritual beasts to refine them into blood souls. Wang Lin didn't react to the rapidly flying balls of blood. He waved his right hand and a black glow appeared. It was a bronze ring that emitted an ancient aura. The bronze ring was the size of a bracelet and had many ferocious-looking immortal beasts engraved on it. At first glance, these immortal beasts looked extremely lifelike, as if they were alive. The moment the bronze ring appeared, the beast souls inside the balls of blood immediately revealed expressions of fear and instinctively dodged it. The ring instantly landed above the toad and rapidly enlarged, about to fall. If you don't want to die, then don't struggle. Wang Lin quickly let out a roar. He didn't even look at the copper ring as he disappeared into the tunnel. All of this happened very quickly. The red dragon clearly didn't expect Wang Lin to have a way to leave this place at any time. When it saw that Wang Lin's aura had disappeared, it let out an angry roar. A blood-colored ring spread out from its body, and any rocks that came into contact with it were immediately turned to dust. The toad originally wanted to dodge the bronze ring, but after hearing Wang Lin's words, its eyes lit up. Not only did it not dodge, but it also jumped into the bronze ring. The ring wrapped around its neck and its body disappeared as soon as the red ring arrived. The entire tunnel echoed with the dragon's angry roar. Wang Lin appeared at the entrance to the land of the ancient god. The moment he appeared, his face immediately turned pale. He took out a few bottles of pills from his bag of holding and sat down to cultivate. Beside him was a giant, green toad. This toad's eyes revealed a strange light as it looked around. There was a bronze ring around its neck. At this moment, the mosquito beast detected its master's aura and immediately flew over. However, the moment it got close, it stared at the toad and let out a series of roars. The toad's eyes rolled and its tongue suddenly shot out like lightning toward the mosquito beast. The mosquito beast flapped its wings and dodged the attack. Its large mouth was like a sharp blade as it flew through the air and mercilessly stabbed at the toad. The toad revealed a look of mockery. Its stomach suddenly swelled up and the sound of thunder came from within. Then it opened its mouth and a bolt of green lightning shot out toward the mosquito beast. The mosquito beast let out a scream and opened its large mouth. More than 10 golden lines came out of its mouth and formed a large net that surrounded the green lightning. Just at this moment, Wang Lin opened his eyes. He frowned and shouted, "Enough!" The toad breathed in lazily, and the green lightning returned to its mouth, which was then inhaled by it. As for the mosquito beast, it stared at the toad but didn't dare to move forward. After all, there was an entire level difference between it and the toad. Wang Lin's face was a bit pale. The moment he locked the toad, his spirit force quickly flowed into the beast trap. He almost made himself dry before barely managing to lock the toad down. The moment the toad was locked down, he suddenly had an epiphany. This was a message from the beast trap. This beast was called the Thunder Frog. It was an expert in the power of thunder and was a high-tier spirit rank beast. According to what Wang Lin knew, this beast trap would absorb his spirit force to maintain the locked-down state. This was why Wang Lin didn't leave immediately. Instead, he left a message in the minds of the two beasts and continued to cultivate. 6 days later, the beast trap released a suction force again. This time, Wang Lin was prepared, so he wasn't afraid. After the suction force passed, Wang Lin's spirit force returned to normal. He stood up and waved his right hand. The beast trap immediately shrank. Even the toad let out an unwilling cry and shrank. Finally, the toad disappeared and the beast trap was stuck on Wang Lin's wrist. The celestial beast carvings had disappeared and were replaced by a toad. After determining how long the beast trap would be able to absorb the spirit force, Wang Lin didn't stay any longer. He turned around and was about to leave the shattered star ring. However, the mosquito beast revealed an anxious expression and let out a few wails. After attracting Wang Lin's attention, it quickly flew off into the distance and stopped where the golden lines were coming from. He didn't know when, but the fist-sized crack had appeared again. Wang Lin took a look, then his origin soul left his body and entered the rift once more. As the golden light flashed, he grabbed dozens of golden lines and was about to leave. However, just at this moment, something hundreds of times thicker than the other golden lines flew out from the sun-like ball of golden light. The moment this line appeared, the golden sun immediately shrank by half. As it flew out, the surrounding golden lines all made way for it. The golden line was extremely fast as it charged toward Wang Lin. Before it even got close, a destructive aura immediately surged over. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He looked at this thing but didn't make a move. He quickly grabbed the dozens of golden lines and retracted his divine sense. After he returned to his body through the crack, he didn't stop and quickly ran away. The mosquito beast seemed to have noticed something. It stared at the golden line in Wang Lin's hand and quickly followed. Wang Lin didn't get far before he heard a loud explosion behind him. Countless small vortexes appeared around the fist-sized crack. These vortexes quickly spread out, causing the crack to become bigger and bigger. Finally, the thick golden line came out and chased after Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't even look back. He quickly ran away. The shattered stars ring wasn't big, so he quickly passed through the restriction he had set. He grabbed the mosquito beast with his right hand, and it turned into a black light that entered his bag of holding. Wang Lin didn't stop and rushed into the shattered stars ring. The moment he entered the chaotic broken stars, the unimaginably thick golden line smashed into the restriction. However, the moment Wang Lin's restriction touched the golden line, it immediately dissipated. It wasn't able to stop the golden line at all. Wang Lin frowned when he saw this with his divine sense. He increased his speed and jumped out of the shattered stars ring. The golden line seemed to be afraid of the shattered stars ring. There was a mysterious force that stopped it from moving forward. It stopped like a snake and pointed at Wang Lin. Wang Lin stood outside the shattered stars ring. He turned around to look at the golden line and left without saying a word. He knew that it must be because he had collected too many golden lines in the past 2 times. That was why this thing that seemed to be the ancestor of the golden lines came to stop him. This was probably the reason why the old man with the weeping beast only took 7 of them and didn't take any more. After weakening the golden line in his hand with his death intent, Wang Lin summoned the mosquito beast and threw it to it. The mosquito beast swallowed the golden lines one by one. The mosquito beast was very happy during this period of time. The golden lines were a great supplement for it. With these golden lines, it wasn't far from becoming a high-grade spirit beast. After walking out of the shattered stars ring, Wang Lin pondered for a bit. He slapped his bag of holding and a small cauldron appeared in his hand. This cauldron was the proof to enter the celestial realm, the rain cauldron. This cauldron wasn't big and could be held in one hand. There were no patterns on it and it looked very ordinary. However, if one used their divine sense to look at it, they would see that there was an aura that far surpassed the spiritual energy of the heavens. This aura was many times stronger than the spiritual energy of the heavens. Wang Lin knew that this was the spiritual energy of the celestial realm. However, this aura was too little to be used for cultivation. It could only be used as the key to open the door to the celestial realm. After Wang Lin obtained the rain cauldron, he had studied it many times. After looking at it for a bit, he put it away and began to ponder. According to logic, the appearance of the rain cauldron meant that the day of the heavens was about to arrive. Now that so many years had passed, it should arrive soon. Unfortunately, the sloppy old man didn't tell him the exact time, or else it wouldn't be so troublesome. Wang Lin let out a sigh and took out a piece of jade from his bag of holding. After carefully looking at it, he jumped onto the mosquito beast and headed toward the country of Hofun. His next goal was to go to the foreign battleground and collect enough wandering souls to turn into devils. This was the final preparation for the celestial realm that was about to arrive. In the center of the country of Hofun there was a giant formation. This formation was a one-way transfer array. Every 500 years, it was used by the disciples that returned from the foreign battleground. On this day, a person arrived outside the formation. This person was wearing white and looked very gentle. He looked like an elegant young master. His eyes were like the stars and his face was as white as jade. At this moment, he was carefully studying the structure of the formation. This person was Wang Lin. If he waited for 500 years, there would still be a few years before the foreign battleground opened. Wang Lin couldn't afford to wait that long, so he decided to use the formation as a guide and his soul as a guide to reverse transfer. After studying the formation for a few days, Wang Lin pondered a bit. His eyes lit up and he made some changes to the formation. Finally, he walked into the formation and his origin soul slowly entered the formation. After a long time, the symbols on the formation lit up one by one. Finally, a ripple descended from the sky and landed on Wang Lin's body. Slowly, Wang Lin disappeared. In the instant that he vanished, the spell formation shattered, and could no longer be used. Spring passed and autumn came. Several years later, in the transfer array of a rank 3 cultivation country in the southern part of planet Suzaku, all of the cultivators of the country were waiting for the messenger from the rank 4 cultivation country to open up the tunnel to the foreign battleground. Sun Wen was a cultivator from the rank 4 cultivation country of Gong Sunday. Although his cultivation level was only at the late stage of nascent soul, his family was very powerful in Gong Sunday. Because of this, he was sent here to train because of his cultivation level. Today was the first time he had opened the path to the foreign battleground, so he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. However, he also enjoyed the respectful gazes from the people around him. These 9,000 words weren't for votes, but to thank everyone for their support. Chapter 292. The scorching sun hung high in the sky. Sun Wen was wearing a blue robe with his hands behind his back. He was sitting on a huge dragon throne in midair. 2 charming women stood on either side of him. One of them was holding a large umbrella to shade him from the sun, while the other was holding a porcelain bowl with plum soup soaked in ice. On the ground stood countless cultivators of the country. They were all holding their breaths as they waited for the foreign battleground to open up. Among these people, aside from the elders, they were all elites of the country. They were going to the foreign battleground to train and improve their cultivation. Of course, there were a few people who weren't welcomed by the country and would be sent to the foreign battleground to let fate decide their fate. Time slowly passed. Although the sun was scorching hot, these cultivators weren't mortals. Their bodies could endure it and they didn't show any signs of fatigue. However, many of the younger disciples would occasionally raise their heads to look at Sun Wen in the sky with envy in their eyes. Sun Wen enjoyed this kind of gaze. He reached out his right hand and the woman beside him immediately brought over the plum soup. Sun Wen picked up a white jade spoon and scooped up a plum. He drank it together with the soup and immediately felt a cool sensation on his body. This plum was no ordinary item. It was a spiritual herb that was specially grown in the country of Gong Sunday. Drinking a mouthful of it could help stabilize one's cultivation. Especially this kind of plum soup that was made with a special method, it was like the nectar of the heavens. Without a doubt, Sun Wen was someone who knew how to enjoy himself. At this moment, 3/4 of an hour had passed. Sun Wen put down the white jade spoon and slowly said, "You all know the rules of the foreign battleground. However, I have another rule. Everything you obtain must be shown to me one by one before I can arrange it. Remember this well." The moment these words came out, the people below all nodded in agreement. However, there were a few original soul cultivators who, despite being respectful on the surface, were sneering in their hearts. Sun Wen slapped his bag of holding and 5 pieces of jade flew out. He bit the tip of his finger and squeezed out 5 drops of blood onto the pieces of jade. Then, he threw them forward. Immediately, the 5 pieces of jade shot out, turning into 5 rays of light that formed a circular pattern in the air. Sun Wen's hands flashed as he muttered an incantation, causing the light from the jade to grow even brighter. After a few breaths of time, Sun Wen took a deep breath. His forehead was covered in sweat as he took out a jade bottle from his bag of holding. He poured out a few pills and swallowed them. Then, he stared at the pieces of jade in the air with a proud expression. The 5 pieces of jade became brighter and brighter. Finally, a black vortex appeared inside them. The vortex devoured the light and grew larger and larger. Not long after, the crystal light completely disappeared, leaving only a black hole that was out of place in the air. It was emitting waves of cold air, and if one looked inside, they would see some broken magic treasures, materials, and corpses floating around from time to time. Sun Wen let out a dry cough. The pride in his eyes became even stronger as he said, "Today." Just as he said this, His eyes suddenly widened as he stared at the black hole with shock. At the same time, all of the cultivators on the ground sucked in a breath of cold air as they stared at the black hole in terror. A white arm stretched out from the black hole. Then, it grabbed the edge of the black hole and tore outward. Immediately, a huge gap was torn open in the black hole. Then, a white-robed young man slowly walked out from within. The moment this person appeared, the sun in the sky was suddenly covered by a dark cloud and the earth darkened. Sunwon was dumbfounded and his heart beat like crazy. He didn't hesitate to find out that he couldn't see through the cultivation of the person that walked out from the foreign battleground. However, he grew up in a rank 4 cultivation country, so his eyes were good. After some guesses, he was able to determine that this person was at the soul formation stage. He quickly stood up from the dragon throne and respectfully bowed. Junior Sun of the country of Gong Sun greets Senior. The person that walked out from the foreign battleground was naturally Wang Lin. After he walked out, he blankly looked around. His eyes gradually narrowed as he looked at Sunwon and slowly asked, "This place is the country of Gong Sun?" Sunwon felt a chill run down his spine as if his mind had been seen through. He couldn't help but become even more respectful and quickly said, "Senior, this is not the country of Gong Sunday. This is Junior's training ground, the country of Wu Wen, a rank 3 cultivation country." Wang Lin pondered a bit. He had seen the country of Wu Wen on a map. It was a small country in the eastern part of the world. The distance from here to the Sea of Devils was more than half the continent of Suzaku, so it was a very long journey. Wang Lin had traveled very far in the foreign battleground in order to collect wandering souls. He glanced around, and with a flash of his body, he disappeared on the spot. Seeing that Wang Lin had left, Sunwon let out a sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and was very shocked. When he saw that person, he felt like he had met his family's ancestor. At this point, he no longer had any interest in showing off. After leaving behind a few words, he quickly flew back to his tower. He was going to report this matter to his family. In his view, a soul formation cultivator that could walk out from the foreign battleground was definitely not a nobody. When Wang Lin appeared, he was on top of a towering mountain. This mountain was called Heaven Breaking. According to the map, this was the highest mountain in the country of Wu Wen. On this mountain, Wang Lin began to ponder. After all these years of use, he didn't have many top-quality spirit stones left. These spirit stones were not common in Suzaku, so Wang Lin didn't want to waste them on traveling. He wanted to save them for his own life. On this trip to the foreign battleground, Wang Lin's harvest was very rich. He didn't expect that after his origin soul formed, his soul devourer would also evolve. Wang Lin gently rubbed his brow and let out a smile. He was very confident in his trip to the celestial realm. As long as he didn't meet any late-stage soul formation cultivators or that girl from Shuiyu, he was 100% confident in winning against mid-stage soul formation cultivators. Even if it was a late-stage soul formation cultivator, with his years of preparation, he would be able to safely escape without any danger to his life. In fact, the reason why Wang Lin was so prepared for this trip to the celestial realm was not only because he wanted to obtain celestial spiritual energy, but also because he wanted to save his life. Once the gate to the celestial realm opens, the cultivators that enter must be limited to the soul formation stage, or else the gate will collapse. However, it has to be said that there will be cultivators at the soul formation stage or higher, which means that there will likely be soul transformation cultivators. Although there won't be many people like that, there should be. Even if they limit their cultivation to the soul formation stage, their power is not something a normal soul formation cultivator can handle. Because of this, Wang Lin was prepared. As for whether or not the ascendant cultivators that only existed in rank 6 cultivation countries would enter the celestial realm, Wang Lin didn't know, but he believed that they wouldn't. After all, there weren't many ascendant cultivators in the country of Rosefinch, no more than 5. This was the result of Wang Lin's years of cultivation, his understanding of Suzaku, and the difficulty of reaching the soul formation stage. Although it wasn't accurate, it wasn't far from the truth. In truth, Wang Lin guessed too much. In the country of Rosefinch, there were only 4 ascendant cultivators. 2 of them were at the early stage of ascendant, 1 was at the mid-stage of ascendant, and the last one was the only late-stage ascendant cultivator. He was also the inheritor of the name Rosefinch. The 4 of them wouldn't easily leave the country of Rosefinch, and they wouldn't care about anything that happened in the cultivation country. For them, very few things in the world could move their hearts. The 4 of them would only act when foreign cultivators came to Suzaku to cause trouble. Wang Lin took a deep breath and his eyes lit up. The spirit beast, restriction flag, and devil were all prepared. He also refined the fan that only had 2 feathers left in the foreign battleground. As for the 3 mysterious sword sheaths, they were also refined by Wang Lin with his origin soul. In addition to these, 3 of the more than a dozen treasures he obtained from ancient cultivators had been broken by Wang Lin and became his own treasures. There was only one thing in his bag of holding that Wang Lin couldn't see through. It was a scroll he obtained from a normal cultivator in the Sea of Devils. The moment the scroll was opened, it was completely dark inside, but a terrifying aura could be felt. Wang Lin had opened this scroll a total of 3 times. The first time was when he was at the core formation stage, the second time was when he was at the nascent soul stage, and the third time was when he was at the soul formation stage. Every time he opened it, he felt something different. It was as if there was a mysterious power inside the scroll that could make one's heart tremble. Wang Lin let out a sigh. He waved his right hand and the scroll appeared in his hand. He pondered a bit. He had already forgotten who he obtained this scroll from. He threw the scroll into the air, then Wang Lin's origin soul left his body and began to refine it. This was a habit he had had for the past few years. Every time he refined the scroll, he gained a bit more connection with it. Several hours later, the sky darkened. Wang Lin's origin soul returned to his body, and he put away the scroll. The day the heavens opened should be coming soon. Now there is only one last preparation left. However, this preparation will require trees that are 100 or even 1,000 years old. Wang Lin muttered to himself. His eyes lit up and his divine sense spread out across the entire country. Then his body moved and he disappeared from the spot. 3 months later, Wang Lin had visited all 7 of the surrounding cultivation countries. He collected some 100-year-old trees and made a cave in a mountain. He then went into closed-door cultivation to make wood carvings. 1,000-year-old trees were too hard to find. Wang Lin still hadn't found any, and even 100-year-old trees were rare. Inside the cave, Wang Lin threw away all other trivial matters and immersed himself in carving. Today is the 4th day. I'm going to go all out and reach a total of 1 million words. Please support me. Recommendations, monthly votes, and so on. The month is not over, so don't hold it back. Chapter 293. Another year passed. This year, Wang Lin made 8 wood carvings. These 8 wood carvings were exactly the same, and they were the carvings of the old man with the passing of time domain. Along with the one he made many years ago, there was a total of 9 of them. There were blood veins flowing through the wood carvings, and they didn't collide with each other at all. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. Once he uses all 9 of these carvings, he should be able to use the passing of time domain that was infinitely close to the old man's original body. After putting away the wood carvings, Wang Lin took a deep breath. He closed his eyes and began to cultivate, waiting for the day when the heavens would open. Time slowly passed. Wang Lin sat there for several years. Outside the cliff, spring passed and autumn came. On this day, the originally bright sky was suddenly filled with colorful light. Within this colorful light, illusions filled with pressure appeared. There were men and women among these illusions, but they were dressed differently than Suzaku. They would sometimes talk and laugh, sometimes they would use spells, and sometimes they would fly between mountains. There were even countless illusions of demonic beasts that had never been seen before. There were even celestial beasts like dragons and phoenixes among them. The same scene appeared in many places on Suzaku. Wherever this happened, it was all where cultivators with rain cauldrons were. At this moment, in the southeast part of Suzaku, where the rank 4 cultivation country's giant demon clan was, a tower-like giant holding a rain cauldron flew into the air. This person's face was very simple, and as he flew into the air, his body shrank until he was the size of a normal person. Below him, the various sect masters of the giant demon clan all had serious expressions. You all can rest assured. This time, with the clan's treasure, I'll definitely obtain celestial spiritual energy. This person's voice was filled with confidence. In the northeast part of Suzaku, in a barren mountain, a young man wearing beast skin was standing on top of a tall tree. He also had a rain cauldron in his hand. He licked his lips and revealed a bloodthirsty gaze as he let out a mischievous laugh and flew into the air. A black gust of wind suddenly appeared beneath him. Buzzing sounds could be heard from within the black gust of wind. If one were to look closely, one would discover that the black gust of wind was actually formed by bugs that were only the size of a fingernail. In the southwest part of Suzaku, on top of a tall tower, a middle-aged man held a gourd in his hand. He looked up at the sky with a melancholic expression and muttered, "Ting air, the celestial gate has opened again. This time, I'll definitely obtain celestial jades so your body can last another 1,000 years." As he spoke, he flew into the air and pressed his hand down. The pagoda immediately shrank and landed in his hand. He held the pagoda and walked into the illusionary shadows. In the northwest part of Suzaku, in the Serene's headquarters, a white-haired old man slowly floated into the sky with his hands behind his back. He let out a sigh and said, "Why bother? How can a celestial's corpse be so easy to obtain? My body is going to be tormented again." At the center of Suzaku, this place is surrounded by the sea. This entire continent belongs to the only rank 6 cultivation country, the country of Rosefinch. At this moment, in the center of the country of Rosefinch, on top of a giant altar, a white-robed woman looked up at the sky like an ice fairy. Behind her, there were 7 old men who had gone through the vicissitudes of life. The woman's voice was calm as she said, "After I leave, the 7 of you quickly return to Shuiyu." The woman's voice was calm as she spoke indifferently. Then, her body slowly rose into the air and flew higher and higher towards the illusory land. At this moment, Wang Lin, who was inside the cave, opened his eyes for the first time in many years. He muttered to himself, "The day the heavens open has finally arrived." His eyes lit up and he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in the air. There was one more thing in his hand. It was the rain cauldron. The moment the rain cauldron appeared, it shined brightly and melted into a sliver of celestial spiritual energy. It surrounded Wang Lin and carried him into the void. The celestial realm was dead, the ancient celestials were dead, and the entire celestial realm was shattered by the catastrophe from countless years ago. The wind, rain, thunder, and lightning celestial sects were located in 4 different areas. Each of the celestial sects had many cultivation planets, so every time the celestial gate opened, powerful cultivators from all the cultivation planets would appear at the same time. However, the celestial realm was broken into many pieces, so there wasn't a high chance that all of them would appear on the same piece at the same time. At this moment, in a rank 2 cultivation country, a sloppy old man was eating a chicken leg. He smiled and said, "It has opened. Little guy, if you properly use the straw hat the old man lent you, you will definitely be able to keep your life." otherwise I'm afraid your life will be in danger. Wang Lin was pulled by this sliver of celestial spiritual energy, and his body slowly rose. Soon, the cultivation country below him became smaller and smaller. Finally, he felt like he was back when he turned into a mortal, when his divine sense broke out of his body and floated into space. However, this time, it wasn't his divine sense, but his entire body. Gradually, he could see the earth beneath his feet, and the ocean beyond it. Slowly, everything grew smaller and smaller in his eyes. Finally, he could see a thick layer of clouds, a dark mass, looming over his head. The clouds contained a boundless amount of energy. Bursts of tremendous pressure seemed to be able to crush any substance in the world. However, when this pressure landed on his body, the sliver of celestial spiritual energy around his body began to shine. A tunnel suddenly appeared in the clouds, allowing Wang Lin to smoothly pass through. While moving through the clouds, Wang Lin felt a sense of fear. This tunnel wasn't big, it felt like he could touch it if he stretched out his leg. However, Wang Lin knew that if he touched the clouds, he would immediately die from the pressure. This was the power of heaven's might. Wang Lin took a deep breath and his eyes lit up. He began to analyze what would happen if his original body was here. He didn't know if his original body, which had gone through the second transformation of an ancient god, could withstand the pressure of these clouds. This was a question without an answer unless his original body gave it a try. Soon, under the guidance of the celestial spiritual energy, Wang Lin smoothly passed through the clouds. The moment he left the clouds, Wang Lin let out a sigh of relief, but his mood immediately surged. What he was looking at was the real starry sky. He had seen this sky many times. Whether it was in 2C's memories or when he became immortal, he had seen the sky. However, this was his first time experiencing it with his own eyes. This feeling was completely different from before. The difference was huge. The vast sky, the bright light, all of this made Wang Lin feel like he could fly freely in the sky. When he looked down, Suzaku had turned into a giant sphere. At first, it looked very big, but as he continued to rise, Suzaku became smaller and smaller. So it's like this. Wang Lin seemed to understand. Just at this moment, 5 pillars of light flew out from Suzaku. Within these pillars of light were 5 people. Apart from 3 of them, the other 2 were like Wang Lin. They were looking at Suzaku and seemed to have gained some enlightenment. Gradually, Wang Lin felt the celestial spiritual energy around his body pull him closer to them. Finally, the 6 pillars of light formed a hexagonal pattern. The distance between them wasn't too far, but it wasn't too close either. Wang Lin immediately recognized the only female among the 5. She was the genius of Shuiyu, the one who had reached the late stage of soul formation within 100 years, Red Butterfly. His expression was calm and his gaze swept across the group. Red Butterfly's appearance was within Wang Lin's expectations. She had never seen Wang Lin's true appearance before, so he wasn't worried about being recognized. As for the other 4 people, one of them looked very powerful. His upper body was naked, revealing a shocking amount of muscles. He didn't look like a cultivator, but a mortal cultivator. However, between this person's eyebrows was the shape of an axe. The moment Wang Lin saw the axe, he was sure that this person was from the giant demon clan, and his status shouldn't be low. There was another person who looked like a young man, but his eyes were filled with ruthless bloodlust. Wang Lin only took one look before withdrawing his gaze. This person's aura was similar to his original body's, but it was a bit weaker. If his original body was here, his killing intent would be enough to stop this person. What made Wang Lin's pupils shrink were the last 2 people, especially the white-haired old man. His eyes were closed and his hands were behind his back. There was no expression on his face, but he gave off a very casual aura, as if he was walking in his own garden. When Wang Lin looked at him, This person suddenly opened his eyes and smiled at Wang Lin. Wang Lin took a deep look at this person before withdrawing his gaze and looking at the last person. This person looked like a middle-aged man. He was holding a gourd in his hand and would occasionally drink from it. His eyes were empty, as if there was nothing that could interest him. He didn't even feel Wang Lin's gaze. Wang Lin took a deep breath. Every single one of these 5 people was an expert. While Wang Lin was observing the 5 people, aside from the middle-aged man who was drinking, the other 4 people were also observing each other. No one said a word. Wang Lin suddenly realized that he had unknowingly become an expert. The fact that he was able to stand out on planet Suzaku and go to the celestial realm's door was enough to explain the problem. Also, aside from the middle-aged man and the old man, he couldn't see any disdain in the other 3 people's eyes. There was only a hint of defensiveness. Wang Lin faintly smiled. At this moment, he felt a bit proud. Who would have thought that the boy from the mountain village would reach this step? Thinking back to the past, Wang Lin could be said to have walked 1 step at a time. All of this was obtained through countless life and death situations. Asking for votes. Let the position of the ear be more stable. Chapter 294. The 6 beams of light formed a hexagonal pattern that shot into the distant starry sky at an extremely fast speed. Very quickly, what appeared before Wang Lin was a giant golden door. This door was simply too big and indescribable. Standing at the foot of this door, people were like ants. On this door, there was a giant word. This word was mentioned in 2C's memories. It was the word rain. This was the celestial door of rain. However, on this door, there was a handprint. Around the handprint, there were many cracks that looked like spiderweb. Below this door, there were countless broken platforms. On these platforms, there were already many people standing. These people usually occupied a platform by themselves. After Wang Lin's group of 6 arrived here, the hexagonal pattern collapsed and the 6 of them were pushed by a powerful force. Wang Lin's body was pushed back and he landed on a platform that was about 10 feet wide. As for the other 5 people, they also chose to stay on the nearby rock. He looked around and his heart skipped a beat. The different-sized platforms all had the same texture. Some of them, according to the cracks on the edges, could be perfectly connected. Therefore, Wang Lin immediately guessed that countless years ago, before the celestial realm was broken, there must have been a giant platform here. Looking at the handprint on the celestial door, Wang Lin took a deep breath and his eyes lit up. This handprint was able to crack the celestial realm door. Just how powerful was this person? Looking at the unreachable rain's celestial gate, the sliver of pride Wang Lin felt disappeared. Compared to these unknown existences, he was still in a state of struggle. After a while, more people came from afar and landed on the broken platforms. Wang Lin observed them one by one. These people's cultivation levels varied, and there were even nascent soul cultivators. This confused Wang Lin a lot. Gradually, as more people came, there weren't enough platforms left. At this time, one of the black-robed young men landed on the platform and looked around. Seeing that there were no more platforms to land on, he moved and landed on the platform where a white-haired old woman was. This platform was more than 300 zhang wide. Not to mention 2 people, even 20 people could stand on it. However, the moment the young man landed on the platform, the old woman's eyes lit up and she said in a hoarse voice, "Scram." The young man's expression became cold. Just as he was about to speak, the old woman frowned and reached out her right hand. The young man let out a scream and quickly retreated. Only then was he able to dodge the attack. His expression was ugly as he looked at the old woman with fear. Then, he turned around and landed on a platform. There was a middle-aged man sitting on the platform. He was the person who came from planet Suzaku like Wang Lin. He was holding a gourd and drinking wine. He didn't care about the extra person on the platform. The young man in black pondered a bit before sitting down on the edge of the platform. His eyes lit up and he would occasionally look at the old woman. Not long after, another person flew over. This person had a gloomy expression and was at the early stage of soul formation. After he arrived, he looked at the platform that was already filled with people and immediately flew to the side. Coincidentally, whether it was intentional or not, his target was where the people from Suzaku were. His body flashed, and he appeared on the platform the man from the giant demon clan was on. He let out a cold snort and said, "Move!" The man from the giant demon clan raised his head and revealed a look of disdain. His body suddenly swelled until he was like a giant. He stood up, looked down at the shocked man, and slowly said, "There's no more space." As he spoke, the mark of the axe on his forehead flickered rapidly. The man looked at the man from the giant demon clan with fear and slowly said, "Giant demon clan." He pondered for a bit before leaving the platform. The next moment, he appeared on the platform of Shui Yu's genius, Red Butterfly. At this moment, the man from the giant demon clan looked over and revealed a playful expression. The man stood on Red Butterfly's platform and looked at her for a bit before clasping his hands and leaving. He had already noticed that Red Butterfly was at the late stage of soul formation and wasn't someone he could provoke. As he floated in the air, his gaze swept past the people around him. He gave up on the white-haired old man first. As for the middle-aged man who was drinking wine, he also gave up on him because there was already someone else on his platform. In the end, he chose the platform of Wang Lin and the bloodthirsty youth. After hesitating for a bit, he gave up on the youth. After all, in his eyes, this person wasn't someone who would leave willingly. There would likely be a big battle, which wasn't the result he wanted. Wang Lin looked like a weak scholar, so he should be easy to bully. The man's eyes lit up and he flew to the platform where Wang Lin was. At this moment, even the middle-aged man who was drinking wine raised his head and looked over. As for the man from the giant demon clan, he was the same. The playful expression on his face became even stronger. Red Butterfly felt that the scholarly man was familiar, but no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't remember anything. At this moment, she couldn't help but look at him to find some clues from his cultivation method. The bloodthirsty youth and the white-haired old man also looked over. After all, Wang Lin was also from Suzaku like them. The man stood on the platform where Wang Lin was and coldly said, "Fellow cultivator, please leave and choose another platform." Although this person's voice was cold, there was a hint of politeness in it. It was clear that after suffering so many setbacks, his arrogance had decreased. Wang Lin calmly looked at this person and didn't say anything. He waved his right hand and a bracelet flew off his wrist. While it was still in the air, it turned into a giant toad. The moment the toad appeared, the man's expression changed and he exclaimed, "Thunder Frog!" This Thunder Frog was one of Wang Lin's many treasures. Wang Lin wasn't afraid of revealing it. After all, compared to this frog, the things in his bag of holding were his real trump cards. By using this frog to confuse others, if they were to fight in the future, they would definitely be on guard against this frog and forget about Wang Lin's real trump card. Moreover, in this place, strength was everything. If he didn't use his trump card to shock others, there would be a lot of trouble in the future. This was one of the reasons why Wang Lin threw out this frog. As soon as the Thunder Toad appeared, its stomach immediately swelled up, and a huge ball of lightning shot out from its mouth. That person quickly retreated. At the same time, his hands formed hand seals. A yin-yang Dharma wheel appeared in front of him and collided with the ball of lightning. That person coughed out a mouthful of blood and quickly retreated. However, the ball of lightning was pushed back by the yin-yang wheel, causing it to shrink by more than half. The Thunder Toad opened its mouth and swallowed the ball of lightning. It stared at that person with a cautious expression. Wang Lin let out a sigh. He knew that every soul formation cultivator had their own technique. This was especially true for someone who could come here. This person's wheel technique was very effective. Even a ball of lightning would be reduced by more than half. It has to be said that the Thunder Frog was equivalent to a soul formation cultivator. Although there was a gap between it and a late-stage soul formation cultivator, it was more than enough for a mid-stage soul formation cultivator. Aside from the fact that it didn't have a domain, the power of the ball of lightning was very strong. The man flew far away and looked at the Thunder Frog with fear. He couldn't help but let out a bitter smile and clasped his hands at Wang Lin. He didn't fight for the other platforms and sat down cross-legged in the air. Wang Lin was very surprised. This person was very broad-minded, but he didn't know if it was true or if it was fake. The proud daughter of the heavens of Shui Yu looked at the Thunder Frog for a bit before withdrawing her gaze. As for the man from the giant demon clan, he licked his lips and revealed a hint of battle intent in his eyes. He nodded at Wang Lin. It was clear that he had confirmed Wang Lin's strength. As for the old man, he only rolled his eyes and withdrew his gaze. Only the eyes of the bloodthirsty young man were filled with dread when he saw the Thunder Toad. His cultivation was related to insects, so he was most fearful of toad-type demonic beasts that could spit out lightning. The middle-aged man who was drinking sighed and muttered to himself, "Thunder Frog. Wan Air, I saw the Thunder Frog again. Unfortunately, it's not the same person from back then." Wang Lin waved his hand and the Thunder Frog turned back into the beast trap and landed on his wrist. Everyone that saw this silently pondered, but they would occasionally look at Wang Lin with a hint of caution. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. He waved his right hand and a jug of wine appeared. After drinking a mouthful, he lowered his head and pondered. Not long after, whistling sounds came from within the celestial gate. At first, the sound was soft, but it soon became louder and louder. In the end, it was comparable to the sound of thunder. As the rumbling sounds echoed, the celestial gate began to slowly open. Bursts of golden light shot out from the crack. It was as if the surrounding darkness had been expelled. Gradually, the celestial gate opened wider and wider until it was completely open. The surrounding cultivators rose to their feet and flew into the gate of immortality without saying a word. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He didn't rush to enter. He waited for the 5 people from Suzaku to enter before he calmly flew into the celestial gate. The moment he entered the celestial gate, he felt a powerful aura rush out from the celestial gate like a storm. This aura didn't have any killing power, it just blew past all the cultivators that entered the celestial gate. Then the celestial gate slowly closed. At the same time, a palm-sized jade cauldron appeared before Wang Lin. Wang Lin took a deep breath, grabbed the cauldron, and put it inside his bag of holding. Before entering the celestial gate, Wang Lin took some time to study some book. He knew that this cauldron was called Hui. In a special area, it would take about 1 incense stick of time to activate it. After that, it would allow him to leave the celestial realm and return to his cultivation planet. The 3rd update has arrived. Continue to write. There is still one more update. Please vote. Chapter 295. After putting away the cauldron, Wang Lin looked into the distance and saw a giant vortex. One by one, cultivators disappeared into the vortex. Wang Lin's body moved toward the vortex. Soon, his body disappeared inside. He felt like he was falling from the sky. His vision was filled with blinding light, but he clenched his teeth and kept his eyes open. What he saw was something he would never forget for the rest of his life. Under his feet were pieces of crystal shards. These shards were arranged in a circle, as if a mirror had been smashed to the ground. This mirror was like the celestial realm from before. Now that the celestial realm had shattered into countless shards, all of the celestial spiritual energy had disappeared. Only some of the shards remained. Wang Lin's body was rapidly falling, and the shards were getting larger. Finally, Wang Lin could clearly feel himself landing on one of the shards. The moment he landed, Wang Lin immediately slapped his bag of holding and took out a copper bell. This was one of the 3 treasures he had obtained when he refined the land of the god of luck. It could change its size and trap enemies. After landing, Wang Lin looked around in a daze. His heart was filled with shock. There was no sign of life here. The ground was covered in withered grass. There was a mountain in the distance, but only half of the mountain remained. The cut surface was extremely smooth. It was clear that someone had used magic to cut it open. At the bottom of the mountain were some palaces, but they had all collapsed into ruins. The other half of the mountain had smashed into the palaces. From a distance, it looked like a mother and child mountain. There were bottomless pits everywhere on the ground. There were even some places that emitted white gas into the air. This was a dead world. This is the celestial realm? Wang Lin muttered to himself after pondering for a bit. Even though he knew that the celestial realm was destroyed, Wang Lin still couldn't believe it. In ancient times, after reaching the soul formation stage, one could feel the call of the celestial realm and enter it to cultivate. To all cultivators, the celestial realm was a holy land. It was sacred and inviolable. But now, as Wang Lin looked around, he couldn't help but fall silent. After a long time, he took a deep breath and looked at the palaces in the distance. Then, he flew forward. Although it didn't seem far, Wang Lin discovered that there was an invisible resistance in the sky that made it difficult for him to reach a certain speed. After a long time, Wang Lin arrived at the location of the palace complex. Seeing the ruins up close, Wang Lin was extremely shocked. From these ruins, Wang Lin could imagine how rich the immortal world was in the past. The materials used to build these palaces were all spirit stones. Although Wang Lin had seen pavilions made purely of spirit stones before, the place where Li Muan lived in the Chu country was built with spirit stones. Compared to the ruins in front of him, the difference was like heaven and earth. From afar, Wang Lin couldn't see the end of the palace complex. Although there were ruins everywhere, it was easy to imagine how shocking this place was in the past. However, after so many years, these spirit stones had lost their effectiveness. In many places, they would immediately turn into dust with just a touch. Wang Lin let out a sigh. So this is the celestial realm. Walking in the ruins, Wang Lin couldn't help but fall silent. This place didn't have the celestial realm qi that he wanted. There was only a sense of sorrow. Wang Lin stopped at the center of this group of palaces. He was horrified as he looked ahead. There was a large area there that was sunken in. If he looked closely, he would find that it was a palm print. Wang Lin was shocked. The moment he saw the palm print, his mind immediately thought of the palm print on the Rain Immortal Gate. The power of one palm print was enough to cause the surrounding area to collapse. If he was in Suzaku, Wang Lin believed that he could do the same, but this was the celestial realm. Everything in the celestial realm was countless times harder than the cultivation world. Also, the people who lived here were all powerful cultivators at the soul formation realm and above. As a result, this palm print was a bit terrifying. Wang Lin squatted down at the edge of the palm print and pressed his right hand on it. Immediately, a wave of death qi spread out from the palm print and flowed into Wang Lin's arm. Wang Lin immediately activated his life and death qi. After a long time, he took a deep breath and the shock in his eyes became even stronger. Just now, he discovered that there was still some qi left in the palm print, so he tried to sense it himself. However, the more he tried, the more he realized how powerful the opponent was. Standing up, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He raised his right hand and pressed down on the palm print. After a long time, he shook his head, walked around this place, and continued to walk through the ruins. After walking through the ruins for a few days, Wang Lin saw a cracked stone tablet with a few words carved on it. The fifth reign Celestial King bestowed upon Celestial Master Tianhua. The words were very long. The general idea was that Celestial Master Tianhua had done a great job, so the fifth reign Celestial King used a spell to create this palace for him as a reward. This palace was created according to a formation. Cultivating inside it would allow one to absorb all the celestial spiritual energy within 100,000 miles, allowing one to achieve twice the result with half the effort. After reading it, Wang Lin's heart trembled again. Although he didn't know what kind of status a celestial master had in the celestial realm, it was obviously not as high as a celestial king. If a mere celestial master could have such a large group of palaces, then what was the residence of a celestial king like? Just as he was about to leave, his eyes suddenly lit up. He turned around and stared at the stone tablet. After taking a closer look, the stone tablet looked very ordinary. There was nothing special about it. However, Wang Lin's eyes scanned the words one by one. Why would Celestial Master Tianhua build a palace here? Furthermore, this stone tablet should be something like a monument, something that outsiders could see. Why would it be placed here? This place was part of the ruins, so the stone tablet seemed a bit out of place. Wang Lin frowned. He raised his right hand and pointed at the stone tablet. Suddenly, a ray of qi shot out and landed on the stone tablet. Immediately, the crack on the stone tablet became even larger. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and a flying sword appeared. Under the control of his divine sense, the sword quickly cut the stone tablet. Sounds of metal colliding came from the stone tablet. Although it had been so many years, and it was still damaged by the palm, the stone tablet was still very hard. After a long time, the stone tablet was finally cut flat by the flying sword. Wang Lin lowered his head and looked at the end of the stone tablet. He frowned. There didn't seem to be anything special about it, but Wang Lin felt that something was wrong. His eyes lit up. His hand grabbed the stone tablet and pulled hard. Suddenly, a series of rumbling sounds could be heard. Under the force of Wang Lin's strength, the stone tablet was slowly pulled up. 11,000 words. Finally, the celestial renegade had 1,000,000 words. For the first 1,000,000, I'll buy some beer and celebrate with my wife tonight. Brothers, thank you for your continued support. Thank you. Cheers. Chapter 296. As more and more of the stone tablet was exposed, the color of the stone tablet changed. It was as if it was soaked in water, but there was no water vapor. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Logically speaking, this place had been abandoned for countless years. Although there were many fragments of the celestial realm, every time the celestial realm gate opened, many people would enter. In this way, even if there was a fragment of the immortal dimension that no one had stepped foot into since the beginning, it would absolutely be extremely rare and few. Most of the celestial realm fragments already had the footprints of cultivators. This stone tablet was a monumental existence. Normally, it should have been placed outside the palaces, but now it was here. Also, there were traces of it being buried in the ground for a long time. This allowed Wang Lin to understand the reason. This monument must have been moved here by a cultivator after the celestial realm gate opened to hide some secrets from the outside of the palaces. Otherwise, there shouldn't be such a deep burial mark at the bottom of the stone tablet. If the stone tablet hadn't been moved from beginning to end, then as time passed, the bottom should have gradually dried up and cracked. It definitely wouldn't be like this now. After confirming his thoughts, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he let out a roar. His right hand mercilessly pulled up the monumental tablet and threw it to the side. The moment the monumental tablet was pulled out, a strand of pure celestial spiritual energy came out from the hole in the ground. There wasn't much celestial spiritual energy, and after it appeared, it showed signs of dissipating. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with joy. He quickly covered the celestial spiritual energy with his hands and began to refine it. Suddenly, the sound of something tearing through the air came from the distance. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, and within that bolt of lightning, a huge octagonal formation appeared. A green-robed cultivator with a treasure sword on his back walked out from the formation. The moment he appeared, he immediately charged toward the ruins as if he had a specific goal. Wang Lin sensed it immediately. Frowning, he ignored the man's lightning-fast speed and focused on refining. Under Wang Lin's refinement, the strand of immortal realm qi slowly condensed into a grain-sized, liquid-like substance. Wang Lin knew that the qi of the immortal world could only be stored after being refined by one's nascent soul. However, the time needed to refine the qi of the immortal world depended on one's cultivation. The green-robed cultivator was extremely fast. When he sensed the abnormality here from afar, his expression changed and he shouted, "Stop!" With that said, he used some kind of spell, and his speed instantly increased several times as he rushed over. Wang Lin ignored him. The green-robed cultivator's cultivation was the same as his, early-stage soul formation. Wang Lin wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he calculated how long it would take for the green-robed cultivator to arrive and focused on refining. When the green-robed cultivator saw that not only did Wang Lin not stop, but he also increased his speed, he couldn't help but fly over and roar. This place was discovered by my Delu sword sect 3,000 years ago. If you insist on doing this, my Delu sword sect will hunt you down to the end. The green-robed cultivator's voice came from the distance. Although Wang Lin didn't hear everything, he still understood some of the meaning. He let out a cold laugh. How could everything in the world have an owner, especially this immortal world qi? This person's words were simply ridiculous. He quickly waved his right hand and the bronze bracelet on his wrist flew out. With a bang, it turned into a giant blue toad. The moment the thunder frog appeared, its stomach bulged and the sound of thunder could be heard. Shortly after, it spat out a giant ball of thunder toward the green-robed cultivator. The green-robed cultivator's expression changed once more. He was extremely afraid of the ball of thunder. He slapped the sword on his back and the sword flew out of its sheath. It was as if the sun had descended from the heavens. The green-robed cultivator's hand formed a seal, and he mercilessly pointed at the ball of thunder. The sword suddenly swung down, and a ray of sword energy, as thick as a bucket, flew out from the sword. It was like a giant blade that could split the heavens and earth as it descended from the sky. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he landed on the ball of lightning. Amidst a series of thunderous booms, the ball of lightning was actually split into two. It was torn apart from the middle and scattered to the sides. When it landed on the ground, it formed two deep pits that emitted white smoke. The green-robed cultivator's face turned slightly red as blood rushed up his throat, but he forced it down. This sword was one of the Delu sword sect's 7 swords. It was a top-grade spirit treasure. If he was fighting someone with a lower cultivation level than him, he could use it freely. Even if he was fighting someone with the same cultivation level, he only needed to control the sword energy inside the sword to kill them. However, the Thunder Toad was still at the peak of the mid-stage of soul formation. Although there was no domain within it, the power of thunder was not something a cultivator could control. It was a unique attack given to the Thunder Toad by the heavens. As a result, this person had no choice but to use all of his power to activate his sword and attack with the momentum of harming his enemy and himself. After being stopped by the Thunder Frog, Wang Lin finally finished condensing the sliver of celestial spiritual energy. In his hand was a purple crystal the size of a grain of rice. This crystal was equal to half of the total amount of spiritual energy in the country of Zhao. Feeling the spiritual energy inside, Wang Lin was shocked. He waved his right hand and put the crystal into his bag of holding. Then he raised his head and coldly stared at the green-robed cultivator. This stone tablet suppressed one of the formation cores of this group of palaces. Although the formation was broken, it still had some effect. Over time, it would automatically absorb some of the celestial spiritual energy in the surroundings and convert it into pure celestial spiritual energy. The Delu sword sect clearly knew about this place and used the stone tablet to suppress it. Every once in a while, when the celestial gate opened, they would send people here to collect celestial spiritual energy. The reason they didn't use any restrictions and only used the things here to suppress it was because they had their own concerns. Any restriction would have fluctuations of magic energy, and no matter how weak the fluctuations were, those who could enter the celestial realm would be able to find some clues. As long as they carefully broke the restrictions, this place would be exposed. It would be better to not have any restrictions at all and just use the stone tablet to suppress it. This way, the concealment of this place would increase a lot. Wang Lin revealed a sneer. His right hand pressed down on the hole and he mercilessly squeezed. There were a few cracking sounds and the formation that was gathering celestial spiritual energy immediately collapsed. From now on, it would no longer be able to operate. Since he had unavoidably provoked the Delu sword sect and obtained their celestial spiritual energy, there was no way they would let this go. Wang Lin decided to go all out and destroy the remaining formation eyes to prevent them from coming back to obtain more celestial spiritual energy and cultivate more experts. The green-robed cultivator stared at Wang Lin and let out a roar. He once again summoned the sword in his hand and pointed it at Wang Lin. The sword shined brightly once more, and with a gentle wave, a ray of sword energy that was twice as thick as before descended from the sky as if it was going to split the world in half. After swinging the sword, the green-robed cultivator coughed out a mouthful of blood and immediately became dispirited. He didn't wait to see the result and immediately grabbed the sword and left. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and without a word, he pointed at his brow. Rays of black light came out and turned into wandering souls. They roared as they charged into the sky and collided with the ray of sword energy. At the same time, the thunder frog let out an angry roar and spat out a ball of lightning that was even bigger than before. "You want to run?" Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and a restriction flag appeared in his hand. This restriction flag was very powerful. The moment it appeared, it turned into a black fog that surrounded Wang Lin and charged out. When the thick ray of sword energy descended, it was first blocked by the hundreds of wandering souls. Although the wandering souls were immediately shattered when they got close, the power of the hundreds of wandering souls was not small. They managed to shrink the ray of sword energy by 1/5. The ray of sword energy dimmed a bit. Subsequently, the Thunder Toad's Thunder Ball rumbled as it approached and collided with the sword chi. The Thunder Ball instantly turned into light spots and dissipated. However, the sword chi was forcefully dispersed once again and shrunk by several times. The light on it immediately dimmed to the point where there was no light at all. Finally, Wang Lin escaped with the help of the restriction flag. The ray of sword energy was no longer a threat to him and was easily destroyed by the restriction flag. Wang Lin was surrounded by the restriction flag. Without any hesitation, he chased after the green-robed cultivator. While the green-robed cultivator was escaping, he scanned his surroundings with his divine sense and his eyes widened in disbelief. He didn't expect Zhao Jiuge to so easily destroy the ray of sword energy. How could he not be shocked? Wang Lin's expression was calm and his eyes were calm. That sword was very strange and the sword energy was very powerful. If it wasn't for the fact that he had prepared well before entering the celestial realm, he would have been injured by that sword energy. Any soul formation cultivator that could enter the celestial realm couldn't be underestimated. Wang Lin once again recognized this problem. With the protection of the restriction flag, Wang Lin's speed was very fast. The distance between him and the green-robed cultivator was quickly shortened. The green-robed cultivator's face was gloomy as he used that unknown technique again. His speed suddenly increased several-fold, and he soon arrived at the formation. His hand formed a seal and the formation appeared once more. He let out a sigh of relief. As long as he entered the formation, he could casually pick one of the celestial realm fragments and his opponent wouldn't be able to catch up. Just you wait, this time my Delu sword sect sent a total of 4 people. I'm only the one with the lowest cultivation. Once I find my senior brother, both of my swords will descend and you won't be able to leave the celestial realm. He sneered. Chapter 297. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his body disappeared into the restriction flag. However, it was very difficult for others to notice anything. After all, the green-robed cultivator's divine sense was only at the early stage of soul formation, while Wang Lin's divine sense was at the late stage of soul formation. Although their cultivation levels were the same, the difference in their divine senses was too great. This was why Wang Lin noticed him the moment he appeared, but the green-robed cultivator only noticed Wang Lin after flying for a while. He stepped into the formation with one foot and turned around to look at the black fog in the distance. The smile on his face became even colder. However, just at this moment, Wang Lin's figure suddenly appeared above the formation. As soon as he appeared, he threw out a bell. The green-robed cultivator's face immediately turned pale. He didn't expect Wang Lin to catch up so quickly. While he was stunned, the bell had already grown into a giant bell several dozen feet wide. It fell down and locked the green-robed cultivator in place. At this moment, Wang Lin waved his right hand and the restriction flag appeared in his hand. He shook it and the bell disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already on the ground. Wang Lin's voice was calm, as if he was talking to himself. You can't escape. He sat down in a lotus position and formed a seal with his hand. He sent out a series of seals that landed on the bell. The bell suddenly began to tremble and a series of clanging sounds came from within. The sounds didn't leak out too much and were mostly concentrated within the bell. Occasionally, miserable screams could be heard. Not long after, the bell began to tremble even more violently. Aside from the clanging sounds, there were also sounds of collisions. It was clear that the green-robed cultivator wasn't willing to be refined and wanted to use the power of his sword to destroy the treasure. Wang Lin knew that the treasured sword was very sharp, and it was still unknown if the bell could resist it. He snorted lightly, and his hands moved even faster. As more and more spells landed on the bell, the clanging sounds became louder and more frequent. As for the sound of the counterattack, it became weaker and weaker. This bell was a treasure from the Shangji cultivation earth. Its main use was to trap people and then use the hand seals recorded on the bell to refine them. Even their origin souls could be completely refined. Of course, the prerequisite was that the person holding the bell had a higher cultivation level than the person being refined. Otherwise, it was very easy for them to suffer a backlash. After deity transformation, cultivators formed their primordial spirits. Unless they were surrounded by several people, even if they won, it would be very difficult to completely kill their opponent. However, if it was a late-stage soul formation cultivator, it wouldn't be a problem. Of course, if he was extremely weak, then it would be a different matter. For example, when Hunchback Meng was extremely weak, he was framed by Wang Lin and died to the golden skeletal arm of the Hurricane King. As Wang Lin's hand seals landed on the bell one by one, the scream inside slowly weakened until it completely disappeared. Wang Lin didn't stop. He continued to refine it a bit more before stopping. He waved his right hand and the bell quickly shrank. He put it away in his bag of holding. Wang Lin wasn't in a rush to open the bell. In his opinion, even if the green-robed cultivator was really dead, there would be a counterattack before he died. The counterattack of a deity transformation cultivator was extremely terrifying. With Wang Lin's cautiousness, how could he take such a risk? He didn't even bother looking at it. Instead, he put it away in his bag of holding. With the bell's refining ability, he could refine it for 10 days to half a month or even longer until the person's counterattack before he died. Wang Lin's move was extremely ruthless. He stood up. He had already put away the Thunder Frog and placed it on his wrist. After pondering for a bit, he was about to carefully search this celestial realm fragment, but at this moment, Wang Lin's expression suddenly changed. He immediately took out the restriction flag and sat down in the lotus position. He slapped his bag of holding and swallowed a few pills. The spiritual energy in his body was quickly absorbed by the copper ring. After a long time, it finally stopped. Wang Lin slowly opened his eyes and swallowed a few more pills to replenish the spiritual energy in his body. Wang Lin muttered to himself, "At first, it was once every 6 days, but now it is once every 4 days. Although this Thunder Frog is easy to use, it consumes too much spiritual energy to raise. In the future, I have to be careful and transfer my spiritual energy in advance. Otherwise, if this happens during a fight, it will be very dangerous." He stood up and flew toward the group of palaces. After carefully searching the group of palaces, Wang Lin found nothing, so he began to search further away. The celestial realm fragment he was in wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. It was almost the size of the country of Zhao. With a sweep of his divine sense, he could basically cover the entire fragment. However, this celestial realm's spiritual energy couldn't be detected by divine sense. Unless it was very close, it would be useless. Wang Lin spent a month walking through the celestial realm fragment. Finally, he found that aside from the group of palaces, there were no other buildings. There were potholes everywhere on the ground, showing the struggle of the Celestials during the calamity. On this day, Wang Lin arrived at the celestial realm fragment. Aside from the mother and child peaks, there was another mountain. Although this mountain was very tall, its shape was a bit strange. To be more accurate, it looked like a large lock. The mountain was still intact, but the trees on it had all withered and died. When Wang Lin touched them, the trunks immediately turned to dust. Looking at the tree trunks on the mountain, Wang Lin smiled bitterly. It would have been great if these trees hadn't withered. Each of these trees was equivalent to 1,000 years old, and some were even more than 10,000 years old. Wang Lin was confident that if he used these trees to make wood carvings, the power of the wood carvings would increase several times. Unfortunately, Wang Lin wasn't willing to give up. He searched everywhere, and after checking all the trees on the mountain, he sighed helplessly. At the top of the mountain, Wang Lin found a cave. The door to the cave was broken, and the inside was covered in dust. This place wasn't hidden, and Wang Lin didn't expect to find a cave that no one had ever been here before. The cave wasn't big, and it only had 7 or 8 stone rooms. Wang Lin looked inside and found nothing. Someone must have come here to rob this place many years ago. Before entering the cave, Wang Lin was already mentally prepared. Although he didn't find anything, it didn't affect his mood. His goal here was to see if there were any damaged restrictions inside the cave. He wanted to see what the Celestials' restrictions were like. If he could gain some enlightenment, it would be a great help to his realm of the 999 restriction flags. After carefully looking around, he found that almost all the restrictions had disappeared, but that wasn't absolute. Outside one of the stone rooms, Wang Lin was happy to find a trace of a restriction. This restriction wasn't very strong, and it had only been used to block the entrance. Although it had already been destroyed, there was still a trace of its aura left at the edge of the stone wall. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he began to study it. The Celestials' restrictions were similar to the ancient restrictions that Wang Lin knew, but the internal structure was different. In truth, restrictions were still formations, but they were more flexible than formations. 3 days later, Wang Lin left the cave. That sliver of restriction had been engraved in his heart. Wang Lin walked down the mountain and was about to leave. However, his expression suddenly changed. All the trees on the mountain had turned to dust when he checked them one by one. But now all the dust was floating in the air, as if there was some kind of mysterious power controlling them. Wang Lin's expression didn't change. He slowly flew into the air, and when he looked down, his eyes narrowed. When he looked down from his position, he saw that the ash actually formed two words. Save me. Wang Lin frowned. As the dust slowly dissipated, Wang Lin noticed that from above, the mountain looked more like a lock, and the cave was the lock's core. Wang Lin pondered for a bit, but didn't continue to investigate. This place was very strange, and he didn't want to investigate further. Most importantly, Wang Lin believed that he wasn't the first person to notice the abnormality of this mountain. Then why was it still here after all these years? Thinking of this, Wang Lin didn't want to investigate further. He slowly backed away from this place. Even if there was a celestial sealed here, Wang Lin wouldn't be greedy when his life was in danger. In the past few days, Wang Lin had already searched this fragment of the celestial world, but he didn't find any more celestial world energy. So Wang Lin decided to leave this place and search the other fragments. Before leaving, Wang Lin filled the beast trap with spiritual energy. Then he arrived at the place where the green-robed cultivator came from. After pondering for a bit, he took out the bell. According to Wang Lin's previous understanding, the way to leave this fragment of the celestial world was to continuously fly up until he broke through the barrier of the sky. Then he would reappear at the vortex of the celestial world gate, enter it again, and land on a random fragment. However, the method the green-robed cultivator used to appear here was very strange. He actually used a transfer array. This made Wang Lin have a bold guess. Some ancient sects, because they had entered the celestial world gate many times, had built some transfer arrays here. This allowed their disciples to teleport between the celestial world fragments that their sects had already explored. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He threw the bell forward and performed a few more hand seals to refine it. 2 days later, Wang Lin calculated that even if the soul formation cultivator tried to retaliate before his death, he would have already refined the celestial world. Thinking about this, he waved his right hand and the bell immediately grew larger. With a bang, a 7-colored aura came out from the bottom of the bell, and it slowly opened. Inside was a bag of holding and a treasure sword. However, the moment the bag was opened, the treasure sword let out a hum and a ray of sword energy the size of an arm shot out. Wang Lin sneered and pointed at the sword energy. The sword energy dissipated and a roar of unwillingness came from within it. The origin soul disappeared without a trace. Before the green-robed cultivator died, he hid his origin soul inside the sword and prepared to retaliate before his death. However, as time passed and he slowly refined the sword energy, his origin soul couldn't withstand it anymore. This counterattack was easily stopped by Wang Lin. 2 days in a row, one day 9,000 origin soul, one day 11,000 origin soul. Now I can't do it anymore. Let me rest for a few days and then I'll do it, okay? You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.